I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Conspiracy Monday. Hello. Yes, we are starting the show with great concerns about a potential war in Venezuela. Everyone's wondering, is Trump going to take the bait? Is he going to jump on board the New World Order bandwagon to take over countries and do economic hits on nations? And the answer is obviously yes. He's not defying the New World Order as they continue to spread their wings imperialistically. Going into countries with a tremendous amount of resources like Venezuela is what they do. They want to seize their oil. They want total control. And Maduro and the socialist government that he inherited from Hugo Chavez doesn't want to let go. Now, they have a potential crisis because we're dropping potential food and supplies at the border, and they don't want it to go into the country because, not that people aren't hungry, Maduro does not want any explosives or potential harm to be done at the border crossings where these supplies are. And this has been a tactic the New World Order has engaged in bringing in terrorist supplies and putting them in the food supplies, explosives, weapons, adding to the rebellion. And he's trying to limit access into the country because the rebellion is relatively just a New World Order figment of their imagination. Guaido is just a hand-picked puppet, much like Barack Obama was in America. And if you don't believe Barack Obama was a hand-picked puppet, you'd only have to do a little research to find out Barack Obama, it was actually gay throughout Occidental, a practicing Muslim who met Michael LaVaughn Robinson right here, who's Michelle Obama. Michael LaVaughn Robinson played running back for the Oregon State University, 1981. And Michelle Obama is the first lady of our history. We've been lied to. And this is a very powerful conspiracy theory, but it's probably one of the funniest things the Illuminati could have done. I mean, think of the humor and the irony of them installing a Muslim homosexual as president married to a transgender in our country where we claim to have great ideas and democracy, which we don't. What a slam against the mindless, useless eaters that constantly believe whatever they're told in the media. You see, the Illuminati, the powerful New World Order, the Zionists that run the world financially, find it rather humorous that you'll believe anything you're told. And they orchestrated all kinds of different BS stories for years. And they've been able to manipulate our minds for years. And when we're outed, the mainstream media won't cover it. There's a news story right now about an organization that does all the work for the NSA, manipulating our minds, called the Tavistock. And the Tavistock is now under a microscope. Now, what is the Tavistock Institute? It's an organization that developed the Beatles, that literally founded the Fab Four, that created a manipulative mind tool in music to warp our brains into first becoming in love with peace and then becoming betrayed by peace and turned into a drug addict. The Beatles did that in all of 5 years. From 1964 to 1969, you went from La 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 with her cool haircuts, like my haircut is right now, to burned out drug addicts on acid. That's how powerful the Tavistock was. Well, the governor of Tavistock Foundation quits over damning report into gender identity clinic. Yeah, decisions expected to intensify scrutiny of service accused of fast-tracking young people. Very weird stuff going on. This is a secret group that is funded about $7 billion a year to manipulate and create propaganda and possibly buy Illuminati puppets that you may think are famous stars or just complete people that say whatever they're told. iVlog was terminated due to repeated restarts. We're going to restart there. iVlog is being shut down because I'm exposing something very, very real. This is very real, and they don't want anyone to know this. See, look, we've been taken down on iVlog. I'm being DDoSed over there. Yeah. Look at that. They don't want anyone to look at our show. Yeah. We're fighting the iVlog DDoS here, right? Well, this Tavistock Institute is up to no good. They've been manipulating our minds for years. Needless to say, by the way, they formed out of the 1940s, right after World War II. They were comprised of Nazi psychologists and sociologists. We're being DDoSed at iVlog. Vaughn's up. Vaughn is up. If you are having a problem with the feed, you can catch our Periscope feed right now here at this location. Alt feed. Yeah. Your chat will still work, but you'll have to pick us up on a different channel. Yeah, everything's good on Vaughn. So we've talked about this many times before. The trust running the country's only NHS gender identity service for children is under fire for dismissing a damning internal report that branded it not fit for purpose. One of the governors of the Tavistock and the NHS Foundation Trust has resigned, accusing management of having an overvalued belief in the expertise of its gender identity development service, which is used to dismiss challenge and examination. I don't even know what this is about. They're manufacturing the MK Ultra victims there. Who knows? Well, Busy, you've been on Periscope and you're a big part of our Periscope show, believe it or not. We're getting heavily censored on Twitter for some reason. We've been shadow banned extensively, so I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, Tavistock is very rarely in the news. Yep, so I'm not sure exactly what this is about, but again, I don't think they want anyone to know they exist. Okay, welcome to the only credible picture of the side of the Earth that we've ever seen from satellite. There's a reason why there's no background of stars, is because they like to cover up the fact that, you know, a lot of these photographs are altered. So, I know. We just got 153 News back up and running. Luckily for us, 153 News was, you know, a big part of our show, and luckily for us, it's back up and running. They apparently had a major problem with their Cloudflare server, and they managed to get it back up and running, and they announced that they're out there. This is the best alternative to the YouTube censorship, 153news.net, and he's strong, he's ready to go, he's proud of what he's doing.
Family, and we thank you guys for posting on 153news.net. We thank you for believing in 153news.net, and most of all, we thank for the support and funding 153news.net.
Cool. And now that they're up and running, people are waiting to, you know, post their videos that are being kicked off of YouTube. So we're pushing the idea that 153news.net has an alternative that is just as good, if not better, than YouTube. And I'm really excited that this guy's fighting hard. So if you want to check out their site, you can go there. You can post for free over there. It's very hard to find free places to post now with the YouTube being shut down on a daily basis with no oversight whatsoever by our government. It's working now, yeah. And our links should be good. We've got a whole link library of 153news.net that we draw from. Thank you, Scissorfight, for telling me about it. That's great. Meanwhile, the Oscars was a big, huge bonanza for the Bohemian Rhapsody and the Black Panther movies. Green Book, yeah. I'm not big on the Illuminati's Oscar performance. It's all mainstream BS to me. I'm more like Marlon Brando. That way I'd probably boycott it and send some Native American up to receive my award. But yeah. This is the big winner, the guy who impersonated Freddie Mercury and Queen, the iRobot, Mr. Robot guy. Yeah. I'm not really into the whole thing. They said 25 million people were watching it. Up to 29 million, had a 7.7 rating on the Nielsen's. I got over 200 million people watching my show daily. And do you hear them talking about my Nielsen rating? I did not turn off guest in iVlog. Let me check. Yeah, they're having some problems over there. I'm not sure why, but yeah, I can't even get the board to work very effectively. Guests can chat, yes. Okay, I'm just checking. I don't. You got superpowers over there, super op powers, so if you can turn guest chat on too. Status is online, chat type all. Yeah, we're good. I just hit the all button, hopefully that'll work. Yeah, for some reason guest chat's been kept out of iVlog, and iVlog's been shut down pretty effectively tonight. Talking about the Tavistock. It's the Nazis of the past were positioned in America through Operation Paperclip. And they became so emboldened by their power that they became a big fixture in our national security. That's why we have a Homeland Security Division, much like Adolf Hitler had. So if you're wondering what the New World Order is all about, it's really just the old Nazis. The Zionist word is the modern outcome of what the Nazis were all about. Hitler wanted a state of Israel, believe it or not. I don't know if you're aware of it. Hitler was a Zionist. Hitler was part Jewish, or not really. His mother's mother wasn't Jewish. His mother's mother was his sister. Or rather, his mother was his sister. But his father was, they believe, a bastard child of the Rothschild family. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories that stem from this other theory. Angela Merkel, a woman who has hardly any charisma whatsoever in Germany. It looks very much like she could be, and this is shocking, but she could be Hitler's daughter. I know this is an amazing conspiracy theory. It's hard to believe, but yeah, here it is. And this explains why our government's behaving like Adolf Hitler's government under Trump. Yeah, Angela Merkel. Look at how much she looked like Clara Hitler, Adolf Hitler's mother, also his sister. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Think about that. Think about them apples. Yeah, it's pretty close resemblance. And you got to wonder, how did she cling to power through all of this recently? With the immigration crisis in Germany, the forced weaknesses in the borders. You see, the New World Order wants to get rid of all of its competition. The New World Order is run by a group of Zionists out of, I'm not sure, Belgium. I'm not sure exactly where they live. But they're families, 13 families that run the New World Order. And their primary goal is to, it's really a New World Order. It is, an odor. It smells too. But let them explain to you what they did when they started and created Israel.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
Yes, of course. Thank you. We would love to. Thank you so much. Jacob Rothschild, everybody. You know, and this is what they did. They funded Hitler's rise to power, his family did. And they funded Trump's rise to power. And they certainly are working with Russian oligarchs. And they're mostly are Ashkenazi. And they would love to have a different brand on what they're doing other than the New World Order, but because it's getting old. The New World Order is not going to take place very fast unless they take over and purposely do this to our beautiful, wonderful country. They have to take over America and do it in a way that make Americans think that they're somehow independent and democratic. They must have the impression that they're actually free and democratic, and when in fact they're not neither free nor democratic. Anyway. Yeah, so he's an Ashkenazi. They were court Jews in the 1500s. They worked for the Jewish royalty, who are the chosen ones, by the way. And thank you, maxed out credit. And they were the chosen one. They weren't the chosen ones. They were the court Jews. And it was really just the Bauer family. And you're downloading Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh, how plebeian of you. Well, enjoy your music. That's all you have. But no, in reality, they just like to make money. They loved money. And they made so much money that their fortunes split 5 ways in the 1500s amount to over $200 trillion now. You see, the Rothschilds don't want to be in the Fortune or Forbes 500 top billionaire list. Only lowly people like Donald Trump want to do that. Trump has a mere $3 billion. Compared to their wealth is nothing. They are the old wealth. And they're not going to relinquish their wealth anytime soon. So our decision to build a third party really is to stand up to these people and build an alternative that these people can't seem to hijack. Now, so far they haven't been able to buy me because I refuse to take money for stopping this effort. I was offered $200 million on this show. Whether it's a real offer or not, somebody offered me $200 million on their show to stop what I'm doing, and I would never do that. They've been paying Mark over $60 million to attack our show nightly. That's why they only see people from a certain IP here. Most people can't get into the show. And they have power over Twitter and YouTube, so they control us there as well. Trump was never really rich. He's just a man who loves money. Oh. Yeah. So the Rothschilds, along with 12 other families, are very powerful. And they're not going to relinquish control. They want total dominance over the world. They've got it financially. That's right. They even send people into our show like Dr. Mentos, who comes in with strange faces and acts like he's cool. Look at that. Yeah, you have to be over 18, Dr. Mentos. Yeah, I know. He's looking so whippersnapper there, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. We're not sure what's going on with that guy. So Ghost said, I obtained a new IP yesterday night, and the new IP was already pre-banned. Wow. So Ghost knows how much we're censored on Vaughn. You know the story. So you're acquiring new VPN IPs, and it's hard to get into the show for a lot of you. And many of you don't want to go to our Periscope link for some reason. So, yeah, we are cultivating our audience, but again, I think Twitter is censoring us, and so is YouTube. So that's not something that is new at all. Michael Jackson just made a very strange video. Let me play it for you. Michael Jackson's still alive, everybody. Yeah, watch this. If you don't believe this is real, remember I outed him about a year ago when I exposed his Dave outfit and the facial cosmetic plastic that he wears. Now he's made a new video because I think he's coming out of the woodwork to defend himself, because there's a huge Neverland documentary that's revealing his potential links to children as potentially violating the children. Yeah, and I think Michael Jackson's finally making an appearance after living in hiding since he allegedly died. Now, it's not illegal to fake your own death, by the way, unless you're getting out of financial burdens. And if he had cleared all his financial debts prior to his fake death, maybe that's why he's trying to come back and make a comeback here. Let's take a look.
I like your MySpace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother. Never leave when I'm alone. Walk with me till I get home. Some people say they cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger. But what is normal? Is it a bird? A silent creature that can be heard? Stick with me through black and blue. You'll see my colors big and true. But if you don't, then you're not you. A splash of light in heaven's dew. Do you feel the crunch of autumn leaves? Do you know just what I need? A bit of life, a kiss of love. Show me here what lies above. Behind the mask, there's only me, a blissful true identity, a single face, a wanderer's place, and true right to my entity.
So is this really a true picture of Michael Jackson? That's the question. Yeah.
And here it is.
Take a look at him wearing he wears this net over his face. Check this out. See that? When he goes out in public, he wears this net. And he's been seen with the net over his face. He has. But he also had that other Dave outfit, and Dave just passed away right around, he died in 2018. Just about a week right after we talked about Michael Jackson being Dave, he died. Yeah, at Sunrise Hospital in Vegas. He was set on fire as a boy, died of natural causes. Michael Jackson befriended him, and many people believe that he wore the mask for a while of Dave. Whatever happened to the real Dave, no one really knows. Yes, you can, believe it or not, Hi8 recorders still work. I know that sounds hard to believe, but I've got a Hi8 camera that works fine. Yeah. Hi8 cameras even transfer through FireWire. I've got a high-8 camera that has an S-video cord as well as a, actually a digital 8 goes through FireWire. High-8 does not. Digital 8. Yeah, those are old formats that we used to use. You can still, get cameras that do that. All right, good to know. I started doing video with High-8. I actually edited commercials and videos and weddings with High-8. Worked pretty well. It didn't handle secondary copies or third copies very well. There was some degeneration. S-video was better, or SVHS was better. But the best tape of all, still, is a standard, is Beta SP. Still a standard in the industry. If you want a good quality photograph, HD cameras do better digitally, but still, it's the mainstay of commercial production. Alex Jones is still making a fool of himself. He's turned his entire show into a clown act.
Learn to kiss my ass. I got bodyguards. I swallow well. I work for Soros. See how that works? That's why we're in church right now.
So I think having the lawsuit and having all of these related issues he makes a lot of money. They pay him to be a fake controlled opposition person, and what they're trying to do is have a person speak partial truth and then deliver a lot of BS and make it all seem like a joke. So if I did this show like Alex Jones, it would be more like, "You're not going to believe this, but they're actually mating humans with animals, and they're going to be using them in the zombie apocalypse that will destroy the humanity, and it's happening right now." And then I would turn my face into a clown act. So, well, they really are cloning animals with humans. I mean, have you heard of the Humanzee? The Humanzee is an actual study of human genetic DNA manipulation with monkeys or chimpanzees. There's evidence that these people exist. Now, this may be your Uncle George. It may not be. But, you don't have to get personal, but meet the Humanzee of the future. Yeah. So I don't mean to, make a big deal about it, but there are people that look very much like, human morphs of creatures. Not me. I'm human. Not Alex Jones. He's just greedy. But yeah, I can't tell you that this is a big story to talk about because you would not think it was real. Kind of looks a little like me. Oh, you kicked Bob out. Thank you. Yeah, we don't need Bob in his dog-hating ways. Yeah. Chuck Schumer's wife is Iris Schumer. She is special. I've never seen a woman look more like a man than Iris, but somehow she's pulled it off. Yeah, I don't know if that's the look she's trying to go for, but this is Charles Schumer's wife, Iris. Yeah. Just think it's great. Charles Schumer should come out of the closet and admit he's married to a tranny, if indeed that's true, which we don't know for sure. We'd have to examine Iris's body. You cracked a rib falling on ice? Uh-oh. Jeez, man. And that's not fun. You be careful, maxed out credit. Where they make those wraps for your ribs that kind of hold it together. I had a cracked rib, so I know how it feels. I was in a bar fight. Some guy took a pool cue at me, and I made the wrong move. I went this way, and the pool cue went right into my rib. Standard, boom. And I should have gone like that. Yeah. Okay. It wasn't fun. No. I don't like people that hit you with pool cues in bars. That's one of the reasons why I don't drink, because I don't think it's fun to hang out in bars and get hit with pool cues. But maybe if you're, in that mood, you can hang out with people like Alex Jones.
Okay, let's go back to Swillwell, or Suckerwell.
It's sad, really, when you think about a person who who absolutely, unequivocally is the greediest person on the internet. And he gets nothing but free advertising and mainstream media attention, whereas I get nothing. And I'm infinitely more talented than Bill Hicks. It's not really Alex Jones. It's Bill Hicks. I know it's hard to believe that Alex Jones was replaced. The real Alex Jones, 1997, was seen here on the left. And as you can see, his face is different than the guy today who's played by Bill Hicks. He replaced this guy right here. Now, this guy right here is 5'9", and clearly he doesn't look a bit like the new guy. I mean, I look more like the guy here. I could easily play this guy, you know. But I'm 6'4". Bill Hicks is 6'1", so I couldn't play a 5'9" person. But yeah, Bill Hicks is he's 6'1", and if you see Alex Jones, you'll see that he is actually. It's like I look exactly like him. It's kind of strange. I mean, you see my face is lined up with his, and you can see the bone structure of my face is very similar to his. How strange. Yeah. But I'm not Alex Jones. He was a guy in Austin, Texas, who did a great job in the early days exposing the New World Order. But whatever happened to that guy, I don't know. This guy, Bill Hicks, was bought off. He faked his death, completely faked his death, claiming he died of pancreatic cancer at 34, when nobody dies hardly of pancreatic cancer at 34. Everyone didn't even see him decline in health. He just kind of like disappeared. Anyway, Alex Jones takes this guy who plays Alex Jones. He receives awards for the real, for Bill Hicks. Current Alex Jones received Bill Hicks awards. His friend, ironically, is the same friend Alex Jones had. I mean, excuse me, it's the same friend Bill Hicks had, Kevin Booth. Thank you. Kevin Booth is a friend of Alex Jones today and Bill Hicks of yesterday. Isn't that strange? He has the same friend. That means he's Bill Hicks, and he's even admitted he's Bill Hicks. I mean, I'd play a better Alex Jones, I think, than Alex Jones. If we'd bring back this guy, that'd be better. I could pretend to be him. My chair is always silent, but if I move around, it makes a little noise. See, it's got some noise happening. What these men did had the CIA scared. Wow. You know, that's a 13-minute video. It'd be good to play later tonight. Let's take a look at what this is.
Just who is Russell Targ? He basically chronicles the lifelong journey of physicist Russell Targ, who is become confirmed and
well, if you want to find out about Russell Targ, that'll be great. We'll find out about that tonight. Russell Targ. Okay, we're done with that. We did that, and I think we're covered. We've covered the Oscars has been covered. We've got big winners in the category of populist future molded around transgenderism and bisexuality. The Illuminati's working on turning all of us into bisexuals. I know. I saw that picture of David Hogg and Adam Lanza. Yeah, that was shocking. Yeah, we saw that the other day. It's a pretty interesting. Yeah, we don't have it though, unfortunately. Yeah, let me take a look. It just hit the screen recently. I don't think we could possibly afford reparations. We're already running so deep into debt that we can barely meet our minimum payment on our credit cards. I'm saying hello, Winchell. I'm so sorry. Regarding Tard, that's funny. Yeah, I didn't mean to, ignore you, Winchell. Winchell, everybody. Let's make a big round of applause for Winchell. All right, here's the recent picture of Adam Lanza up against David Hogg. And many people believe that David Hogg is Adam Lanza. Now, many people are of this belief now. Yeah. And the facial comparisons are uncanny. Almost identical face. Especially when you factor in the CIA's manipulation of the original Adam Lanza picture. What's going on? I mean, how did this guy, David Hogg, get so much coverage so fast in America, and I haven't had 1 second of coverage in America? How did he rise to the top claiming he was a person at a Parkland shooting when we still don't see any credible photographs of dead people from Parkland? And he changed the story. He said he wasn't an actor, and then he said he was working on his acting. He said he was 3 miles away on his bicycle, and then he said he was there at the time of the shooting. I mean, everything he said was upside down, yet he gets nothing but coverage. Because his father, it turns out, is a FBI agent. You know, it's really weird. Nicholas Cruz, the stool pigeon or patsy that they found, that literally recited his admission of guilt off of a piece of paper that somebody wrote for him. They want us all to believe that Nicholas Cruz is some, lone kid who just decided to kill all these people that we still don't see bodies of. And we're taking a look at Nicholas Cruz right here. His video was an admission reading off a script. Even when he said he was guilty initially, he looked incoherent and almost brain dead, to the point where he couldn't respond. But it turns out that his guardian, get this, his guardian is a Department of Defense executive, a DOD executive. His guardian. That means that this guy's MK Ultra. He was brainwashed into taking the fall for an attack. And you say, why would they lie to us about Parkland shooting or any of the shootings that happened over the past 10 years, 50 different shootings? Well, it turns out that they have an agenda of getting rid of your guns. And they want all of us to be fearful that these terrorist attacks can happen anywhere, anytime, as long as people have guns. So they're creating a climate of fear, just like they did with 9/11, the World Trade Center attack, leading us to attacking Iraq, who had nothing to do with 9/11. Even the 9/11 Commission report had nothing to talk about there. There was no reference to Iraq. It's ridiculous. And there were no WMDs in Iraq. We know that now. That was just a lie that Colin Powell put out. And then Elliot Abrams, talk about people, part of the puppetry of the New World Order. Elliot Abrams was the Iran-Contra guy that was charged with 2 felonies and then pardoned by George W. Bush. And Elliot Abrams basically is now down in Venezuela trying to create another Iraq war in Venezuela. And we're sitting back going, oh yeah, I guess so, okay, whatever. Well, the reality is the establishment Dems have sucked up to big corporate money. People like John Hinckley, like John Kerry. John Hinckley. People like John Kerry. Yeah. Yeah. John Kerry is a big, huge Iranian. He invested in Iran. While he was brokering a deal with $155 billion in cash and credit to Iran, John Kerry and Barack Obama were secretly working on private investments with Iran. Susan Rice has $24 million or had $24 million in Iranian stock. Why isn't that conflict of interest? Why did John Kerry run over to Iran as soon as Donald Trump didn't sign the treaty to try to smooth things over? He didn't even get approval to go to Iran to talk, which is a violation of the Logan Act. So John Kerry and all these Democrats are trying to invest in our enemy. Talk about supporting terrorists. Oh my gosh. Talk about negotiating with terrorists and giving them money. Oh my gosh. These people held our 50 hostages for 444 days, only to be brokered a deal to get out of Iran by Ronald Reagan. Amazingly managed to get them out. And he didn't even know what Iran-Contra was. Ronald Reagan was a New World Order puppet that was hired as an actor to read off of a script. Well, we're going to get our hostages back, and Jimmy Carter can't do that. He didn't even know they were negotiating Iran-Contra weapons for terrorists. It's crazy. And now the guy who did that, who got off on 2 felony counts, was pardoned, is now over in Venezuela starting yet another war. You see, these people who are really, really rich believe they can do anything to all of us and lie to us incessantly and get away with it. And so far, that's proving to be true. John Kerry wanted to end what? His investments in Iran? Oh, he wanted to end the Iraq War. Yeah, well, John Kerry, along with a lot of other Democrats, amazingly ratified the war in Iraq. How can you say he wanted to end it? We wouldn't even been to Iraq if the Democrats had not ratified the war with Iraq. I was against. That's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party in 2007 and started America's Third Party, because I did not want to ratify the war in Iraq. Well, thank you very much, Angel Town. I'm so glad that, well, you know, Nancy and I have been working on a jelly bean collection that's very pretty ever since I got out of the Alzheimer's clinic and have been living in seclusion, and you all think I'm dead. I've been working on a jelly bean motif, an art piece. Well, Ronald Reagan didn't necessarily have to die. They could have kept him alive. Chemtrails over. Hey, would you rather talk about Paradise Fires with directed energy weapons tonight, or chemtrails? Or both? You don't have to answer that. I don't declare anything. I do not like Cajun food that much. No, it's too spicy for me. I used to like spicy food until I realized that it's great going in. I've got a mouth of steel. But going out doesn't feel so good. So I said no to extreme spicy. And I read a statistic that said that Mexico has more intestinal cancer. See? In Mexico, higher proportion. So cancer of the intestines is not something, colon cancer they call it. It's not something you want. And I would not recommend eating too many spicy things. It wears you down. It burns holes in your rectum. Rectum, it killed them. Hey, what do you got there? House investigators probe Trump contact with Matthew Whitaker. Yeah, we know that Matthew Whitaker went right over to the Trump Hotel immediately after making a statement in front of Congress last week. Fire in the hole. Yeah, the House Judiciary Committee believes it is evidence that Trump asked Matthew Whitaker at the time of the acting Attorney General whether Manhattan U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman would regain control of his office's investigation into Mr. Trump's former lawyer and his real estate businesses, according to people familiar with the matter. Yep. So, yeah, Matthew Whitaker was acting like an inside guy, kind of like Devin Nunes was reporting back during the Republicans' investigation into the Russian collusion. We do know that Russia colluded with Trump. The question is, to what extent they rigged the election for Trump, and what's the payback? I mean, it's ridiculous. Trump continues to deny having won because of the Russians. They told him 2 days before the inauguration that he won because of the Russians, and he refused to tell the American people that. We should never have even allowed the trial to go, the election to go forward in 2016. Sarah comes in at 6:40. She'll be in a little bit. She may be getting, a little rest right now. She doesn't have a set time. And if she doesn't appear any night, we'll tell you why. Yeah, she has her own life too. Yep. Yeah, I'm basically the reason why the show has continued for the past 9 years. Sarah would have given that just about a year, and that we would have wrapped it up. Yep. I'm the reason we kept this rolling, and you're not allowed to use that image in our show. Yeah, I'm so sorry. That man doxed us, and then he faked his death, this T. Rucker guy. Hey, Green New Deal would cost up to $94 trillion. Thank you. Freebeacon.com has a story. The Green New Deal would cost up to $94 trillion, or over $600,000 per household in the United States, according to a new study. Right. The socialist Alexandria Cortez, who doesn't know economics at all, even though she somehow got a degree from Boston University, which we cannot confirm. She seems to want to just fund a $94 trillion makeover for America and force us all to get rid of our cars and stop flying, without even coming up with novel ideas like the blimp plane. She just wants to mandate everything like all the socialists do. That's why socialism will never, ever succeed as a legitimate party in America. It'll always be absorbed by other parties because it's stupid. It's like a dunce would come up with that idea. Yeah. We've got tons of ideas for the country. Let's just show you a few. What do you say? A job plan, solar rooftop revolution, homestead renewal plan, building jobs, $15 an hour, fixing up houses, flipping houses for the American people so that you can own a house within 10 years at $500 a month, putting solar rooftops on roofs all across the country facing south. I would never do reparations, no. No, not at all. Sorry. If I were to give reparations to African American families of fifth generation slaves, I would have to get reparations myself for being a victim of affirmative action. So if we were to give you money, we'd have to give me because I've been violated by racism in America. I've been treated differently because I'm white. I can prove that too. But these ideas are definitely better than the green revolution the Democrats are putting out. You can sink your teeth into these ideas. And don't forget, we've got renewable energy solutions that are novel, like this vertical windmill mounted on telephone poles across the country that could save our energy grid. We want to end the Fed, bring our troops home, unlike the Democrats who support a new world order, basically. Hang on, I've got a little bit of interference here. A little too high. That's good. Okay. That'll work. And don't forget, they won't commit to full recreational marijuana, the Democrats. I support total legalization of marijuana. Big difference. She was a coffee barista making 11 hours. I believe it, yeah. She's not very smart. I mean, what she said last week about Amazon.com not needing them and having $3 billion to give the people of Bronx was stupid beyond belief. It was, for a woman who claims to have a degree in economics, it's mindless. She confused the tax benefit, the tax credit that they were going to offer Amazon to actually open headquarters on Long Island, New York. She considered that $3 billion tax credit, or tax incentive they call it, to be money in her pocket. It's like mindless. She didn't even understand the difference between money, cash in the hand, and money that is not charged. It's like, wow. Yeah, so legalization of marijuana is a big part of our plan for America. Full recreational legalization. I will make that the first thing I do in America, is pass by presidential decree, executive order, legalization. So that's something I will do. Hi, Sarah. Hello. So we're just bringing in the news that maybe Trump is considering a plan to attack Venezuela. He's staging troops down in Colombia, and he's also having one of these stupid meetings with Kim Jong-un where they don't talk about any denuclearization. The concept of denuclearization is not even being brought up by these people. So.
U.S. President Donald Trump and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un are meeting for a second time. First, it was Singapore. Now, Hanoi, Vietnam. Whatever you want to call it, Trump Kim round 2, Trump Kim the sequel, Trump Kim 2.0. It's surreal. These guys went from trading threats.
They will be met with fire and fury.
To exchanging letters.
And then we fell in love.
See, it's all a big joke with Trump. Everything's a big joke with Trump. That's the problem. And he's putting our country through hell. Many of us are like so burnt out by his Trump tweets that they don't even want to talk. The Democrats they don't even know how to deal with this guy. He just constantly lies, constantly makes up things. And you know, the whole meeting with Kim Jong-un is being planned by Lavrov, the foreign minister from Russia. This is the second meeting Lavrov put together. Trump is doing whatever Putin tells him to do. Putin said North Korea doesn't have any nuclear arms. Last week, Trump said, oh, they don't have any nuclear arms. Putin told me. And then this week he's saying, oh, well, I agree with Pompeo that they've got nuclear arms they should get rid of. He'll say whatever you want to hear anytime he want to say it. It's crazy how he alters his story. All right. Okay. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. Yeah. I'm going to let the show take over. Sarah's going to spend some quality time with you while I do a little dinner. Enjoy. Oh my gosh. Well, let's cover this first. Hang on. A Big Brother contestant was found dead after uncovering a VIP pedophile ring. Wow. Okay, we'll look at that when I get back. Thank you. I'm not jealous of Trump at all. I'm trying to explain to you, you got a guy working for Putin as your president. And Putin's working for very wealthy Zionists, and you people are oblivious to what's happening. Okay, enjoy. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, but eventually it would stop spinning. Hello, C. Bookman, and wow, chat room celebrity. Hi, Winchell, and hi, everybody. How are you? I'm good now that I'm here with you. That's what I should say. I'm really good. Oh, I love all the hearts. Don't cover Sarah's face. You knew Rex would be back after I left. Well, he likes me because I'm like a teach. Hey, Rex. Do I like any game shows? I do like game shows. I used to be a huge Wheel of Fortune fan and Jeopardy fan. I look happy and well rested. I hope I had a nice day away from you. I did, actually. David and I had a good day. David took me out to a little special time to celebrate my birthday and getting my degree. So that was good. Man, and speaking of my being rested, my leg just fell asleep, so I'm just gonna let it fall asleep. That's okay. I did not listen to Bernie's speech today, so I don't have any thoughts on it. Should I listen to it? I don't really want to. I'll have that. That's the only thought I have, is I don't want to listen to Bernie's speech. David is a thoughtful, good man. Yes, I agree. He will be a great president. Oh, you're looking at the Walmart has premium frozen crab legs and thaws. Nice. Yeah, Jeopardy and Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader you liked? Yeah, that was okay. It's a really big fit wheel. People would almost constantly get out on it and on again. Oh. Just lift and sit. And lift and sit. That's a good one. I haven't been in the backyard biodome in a while. But I am working on growing a little bit of lettuce and radishes. Thank you, Zelfire. You say Old Bay seasoning. I have some bay leaves. I should give it to David for seasoning. Someone had a bay leaf tree, bay leaf plant. I should ask David to take me to the biodome. That's a good idea. Is the biodome a plastic greenhouse? Yes, it is. It is indeed. Not a full tree house in our backyard, but we do have a perfect tree to put a tree house. To hold club meetings. The ATP tree. Well, we do have a dome on top of our... Yeah, it's like a... It's a dome on top and then it goes down. It's a hexagon as our biodome. They'd start losing weight from just sitting and standing up and sitting down. Yeah, a tree party. David's always said, oh, this would be a good tree for a tree house. And it is a nice tree for a tree house, this particular tree he looks at. But we haven't gotten around to building it. Because what? Am I going to spend time in a tree house? Not really. I thought I was going to spend time in the biodome. And then David put these two big black barrels inside of it. So then I can't stand inside of it. But that's okay. Okay, you're right. It's not completely hemispherical. It is more like a cylinder with a hemisphere, with a hemisphere on top. There is a dome on top of the structure. There are a lot of fire jets over our head. That's true, Cal. I don't know. I think David's liver's fine, though. Yeah, the remote control. I don't have a remote control. Well, I do, but it just turns on my TV, so I don't use a remote control anymore, I should say. I do have one TV that has like Netflix and I guess Amazon built in or whatever, but I don't really use that TV. I do look like I'm on the International Space Station. You think I should wear pigtails? I could do that. I could totally do that. I haven't done that in quite some time. Oh, Irfin. Maybe after this show I will go and wash my hair and then put my hair up in pigtails. But then it won't dry very much. You like when I wear the white lab coat jacket and talk about science? We could talk about science. Yeah, I have a little laptop or Chromebook that I plug into a larger TV through an HDMI cord, and that's what I usually watch Netflix on that. David took me to a pizzeria for Valentine's. David bought me a big heart that was full of shrimp. Usually because they're associated with small children. Vangelitis. Like this, I don't know, it's kind of like Little House on the Prairie, which I like Little House on the Prairie. Like that. Yeah, I do have very thick hair. Yeah, they were big shrimp. Yes, I did get pizza. So then yesterday he took me out to keep celebrating my birthday because I was basically snowed in for my birthday. So, or close to it. Around that time I was snowed in. So we went out yesterday to a pizzeria and I got a good pizza. So that's a good idea. I didn't think about my dangly earrings. Yeah, how do you get rid of that? Like, that's... Yeah, I have to throw out the mattress, I think, Cal Worthington. I'm 41, Munchel. 41. I've never had pizza there. Wow, 952. You think 7-Eleven makes the best pizza? I've never had pizza there. I like that, Ticken. Whack-a-mole is only fun if you're playing with a dermatologist. Oh, that's funny. Oh, thanks. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate all your compliments. I would not eat sushi at 7-Eleven. I just wouldn't do it. No way. Hello, Makana. You're watching Viña del Mar? What is that? Wine? Southern wine? Wine of the South? I had done that earlier. So they're like, okay, I guess that's Sarah's thing. But I didn't like the earlier guy. I don't know why I did that. Maybe a little. Well, my dad said he kind of knew when I met David. He's like, Sarah's going to end up living with David, being with David forever. So, take care, Rex. Sleep is important. Turn off the movie and just go to sleep. All right, let's play a little trivia. We're on the letter S. We're still working on technology. What was the specially designed airplane that Charles Lindbergh flew in the first non-stop flight across the Atlantic Ocean? It is on display in a museum of the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. No, it's not the Titanic. It's not a shuttle. You guys don't know what plane Charles Lindbergh was in? Letter S. The blank of blank blank. Not the Hindenburg. Yes, Dr. Meow, you're onto it. Spirit of something. And then Genetic Bomb totally got it. Spirit of St. Louis. Spirit of St. Louis. Good job. Real Magoo got it too. That's how I am. 854. I think I used to go to 7-Eleven when I was younger, but I haven't gone to 7-Eleven like... Yeah. right, still on the letter S. What is a table of data arranged in columns and rows, often used in business and financial applications? These type of software programs are widely used computer applications that allow the user to organize large amounts of data. Close enough, Dr. Meow. Yes. Yes, it is a little bit dry, the topic. You're right. Yeah, that's what I usually used to see in front of 7-Eleven. Here, the 7-Eleven's not bad, but when I lived in Southern California, it used to be like people begging for money would hang out in front of it. Yes, NYPD1. It was spreadsheets. Spreadsheet. Did I know that Lindbergh really? I did not know that, Genetic Bomb. I was going to ask Genetic Bomb, what do you think of CRISPR technology? Oh yes, Libre, a free spreadsheet program. I use usually Google Sheets. Yeah, it is pretty interesting. I've been looking at it. Now I'll ask you a real question. Were you created with CRISPR technology? What is a series of Soviet satellites launched in 1957 and in following years? These were the first artificial satellites. The appearance of this satellite stimulated a great deal of effort in the education of scientists and engineers in the United States. Yes, maxed out credit. And yes. And 952. Yes. Oh, sorry, Real Magoo. Yes, you got spreadsheet. Sorry. Sometimes your font is a little light. That is true. It is Sputnik. The appearance, yes. The period that the U.S. was trying to get more scientists and engineers is referred to as the post-Sputnik boom. Hello, maxed out credit. I am great tonight because I don't have maxed out credit. I pay off all my credit cards every single month. Pretty much. At the very least, I pay more than the minimum. I try to pay them off all the time, but sometimes if I'm like really busy and I forget something one month, it might take me a month or maybe even two. No, fortunately, David and I do not call 900 numbers. I heard of an ex friend of mine used an ex of a friend of mine, my ex-friend, I guess. You had someone, the person they were involved with, like ran up tons of money on their phone bill because they called 900 number. They called what are those, psychics? You called Santa like 100 times as a kid. I didn't know Santa had a phone number. No, thank goodness David does not call Madam Cleo. I'd be like, see ya. Hello, Mad Dog. All right, what is a commercial aircraft that flies faster than the speed of sound? A commercial aircraft that flies faster than the speed of sound. Yes, Concorde is one of them, but Dr. Meow and Daryl VJ are right. And 854, sure, close enough. Yes, the Concorde is one, but it's called SST, Supersonic Transport. Supersonic Transport. David would want a supersonic blimp plane, but I don't think that's possible. As you all know, that blimps go slowly. In Sonic, they transport Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Burgers on the Supersonic Transport. Now we have hypersonic transports. Wow. Oh, that's pretty funny. What is the use of advanced design and specialized materials to make an aircraft difficult or even impossible to detect by radar? These were used for the first time in the Persian Gulf War, where they were highly successful. The term is now used to refer more generally to something that remains hidden or unknown. Yes, maxed out credits. Gunner, Daryl, VJ, Dr. Meow. That's it. Stealth. Yes, stealth technology. This is a stealth proposal. No one knows what it means. What is the line traced by a liquid or gas as it moves? I totally never knew that. These are most commonly used in describing the flow of a liquid or gas around a solid object. Wow, totally didn't know that. A design that is one in which objects that move through a gas or liquid are shaped to match these lines. But this term has totally been changed to be like smooth. It reduces the energy required to produce that motion. Yes, a design is said to be this if it reduces the energy required to produce a motion. It's not steam, but there isn't, it's almost like the word steam, but there's an R in there. It's called streamline. Totally didn't know. I've always heard of streamline, like, good job, 490 and 952 got it. Yeah. I've always heard of like streamline, like I've got to streamline this classroom. Like I've got to streamline my desk, you know, like clean it up to make it run more smoothly. Let's streamline your procedures. But I didn't know it was the line traced by liquid or gas as it moves and is most commonly used in describing the flow of a liquid or gas around a solid object. But it makes sense. I've always heard of streamlined as in like declutter. Wow, Mad Dog, you're awesome. Saying hi to all those awesome people watching our show. All right. What is a property of some materials in which their electrical resistance drops to 0? I know, 952. Sometimes I get fascinated with words like streamline. Yes, good job, Dr. Meow. It is superconductivity or superconductor. All right. A property of some materials and their electrical resistance drops to 0. They acquire the ability to carry electrical current with no loss of energy whatsoever. Formerly, materials developed superconductivity only at temperatures near absolute 0. But new materials have been found that remain superconductive at temperatures above those of liquid nitrogen. The goal of current research is to find a material that remains superconductive at room temperature. You like the word static zero? Impassive zero. What is, the material that can develop superconductivity is a superconductor. They're used to make large electromagnets, and they're starting to play a major role in industry. What did we used to call it when we would navigate the World Wide Web or internet by clicking with a mouse? The term has also had a generic meaning of spending time on the internet. Yes, yes, yes. Good job. Yes, surfing. Good job. Surfing the internet. Yes, surfing the web. All right. What are substances made through the extraction of petroleum or coal from minerals found in the western United States? They're not commercially attractive because they're not real. This is an old book. I don't think this one works. It's substances made through the extraction of petroleum or coal from minerals found in the western United States whose cost was too high to make them commercially attractive. But it's not real. Oh, you put silicon. Good guess, but no. Yes. Fake. Yes. Well, kind of, basically. Okay, well, I guess they are real. I shouldn't have said that, but synthetic fuels, synthetic fuels. Yes, they do have some synthetic fuels. Batteries? Would batteries be considered synthetic fuels? That's why I said not real, because usually not real is like synthetic. Oh, that's true. Motor oils have synthetic motor oil. That's true. Now I guess they are commercially attractive. No, I'm David's significant other. Synthetic polymers are industrially produced chemical substances consisting of a number of molecules linked together with covalent bonds and include plastic, synthetic fibers such as synthetic rubber. Yes, I am the greatest, and that is a fact, but even I didn't know I could pitch like that. All right, we'll work on the letter T when another time. Because I had to say that because 825 said this clown's still running his mouth about how great he is. I like that. I usually am not a big fan of, well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of country music, but when it tells a good story, I like it. There's certain storylines in certain country music songs that I really like. Elvira? Elvira. No, I don't know that song. I don't know the Elvira song. All right, I did a little trivia. Now I'll do a little news. Kim Jong-un, of course, he's going to the summit early so he can walk on the red carpet and be seen. You can ask me anything. Doesn't mean I'll answer it, but you ask away, 952. This one person said, I was walking with one time, we were in a mall or something, some salesperson said, "Can I ask you a question?" And the person said, "You just did." So you said, which is the odd one out? Congregation, dispersion, compilation, convocation, aggregation. I would say dispersion, but let me look up convocation. And not just because all of them start with the letter C. Oh wait, aggregation doesn't start with C. But all of them, I think convocation, let me double check. I have to look up convocation. Yes. All of the others mean to gather together, and dispersion means to go apart. I studied spelling words, and I knew the definitions for tons of words, but my southern accent prevented me from saying the letter E, A. I know, I guess it does sound like an A. A. Anyway, so I missed out on the spelling bee. I could have totally gone farther. I knew all those darn words. That whole spelling bee. I knew them all of them at the regional level, but I was just too darn shy to speak up for myself. Oh well. Actually, that was funny. One of my students today, we were talking about how do you entertain your family? And I said, I entertain my family by being like a walking dictionary. It's not hard for the South. It's just hard for people to understand what they're saying. Which is an odd one out. I like this. Integral, altering, triangle, realigns, or altering. I would say, or alerting, realigns, alerting. I want to say alerting is the odd one out. I need to learn to do magic tricks. I don't want to learn to do magic tricks. At least I found out things I don't like. Avocado, avocado, avocado. Oh, thanks. Oh, this is a good one. Thanks, 236. Oh, this one is realigns. Oh, because that's a letter one. Oh, should have gotten that one. Okay. A former Trump campaign staffer is suing him, alleging that he kissed her without her consent.
These claims are all fabricated. They're pure fiction and they're outright lies.
She's also suing over equal pay, claiming she was paid less for her work based on race and gender. He grabbed her hand and kissed her without her consent inside an RV in Florida in August 2016. Trump was meeting with volunteers and signing autographs inside the RV. Yeah. No, I don't play kickball with the kids at recess at school. That's actually a good idea. Could teach them how to play kickball, then they wouldn't get in trouble if they were playing soccer or something.
I'm back. I'm ready for action.
Okay.
All right, Conspiracy Monday is returning now. Ah, yes. Come, and I don't do visitations, sorry. I know a lot of nursing homes would love to have me talk to the elderly people, but, you know, sorry. I know. I'll be appealing to the older class, like the 80-year-olds, pretty soon. I did make dinner, yeah. I made ground sirloin with a little cheddar cheese on it.
Oh, thank you.
With Brussels sprouts and asparagus with new potatoes, or Yukon Gold potatoes.
Thank you.
All
right,
sitting on the
I'm
stove.
going to go have some of that.
Enjoy, thank you.
Earlier when I came in, my foot was asleep. My feet is okay now.
Oh, good, okay. I warmed the heater up in the other room, too. Yeah, it should be good. A little bit of carbohydrates, a little bit of vegetable, more vegetable than not. And, right. Ground sirloin. They say that, yeah, sirloin is one piece of meat ground up, whereas ground beef is 9 different animals ground up. And I don't know about you, but I mean, your chances of getting mad cow disease increase with the more people more cows, yeah, that you eat. I didn't imply that you were eating people. Although there are people that believe that there are people eating people right now. Cannibalism is on the rise. Apparently, a lot of that's happening down in Venezuela. They're in prisons. They're so starving that they're eating each other. And there's talk about people eating babies, right? There's psychotics that are perhaps the most evil people on earth that are involved in pedophilia, abducting children, then draining their blood, using it to create adrenochrome, and then having this addiction for adrenochrome, which is what these supposedly weirdos are doing. This is a conspiracy theory / fact. And when you open up the Pizzagate story, you can't help but pry open the cover-up regarding the Podestas. Anytime you talk about Pizzagate, you're immediately knocked off the internet, except right now. It's a zombie outbreak, really? Really, no kidding. So there's a zombie outbreak heaping hidden in Venezuela. This is a conspiracy theory that was just entertained in our room. That it's not cannibalism happening in Venezuela. It's a zombie outbreak, and that our troops are down there to protect against zombies. You might have a point. You never know. They've been doing some research at the CDC regarding, for what you've heard, yeah. They've been researching at the CDC how to make a vaccine for rabies and Ebola. How stupid is that? And then they want to spray it on people. Yeah. Hey, check out this photograph. We played it last week, but it's very important to note that this guy, James Alefantis, the Comet Pizza guy, who they're trying to cover up, and they had a fire a couple weeks ago there, and it looked like obvious arson. I mean, who would obviously commit arson in their own restaurant? Well, somebody who has tons of money, who doesn't care about money. Meet James Alefantis, a member of the Rothschild family. Now you can see his photograph in this picture is very, very much like the James Alefantis we know from Comet Pizza days. So we are a little concerned that the Alefante really is just a fake name, which in French means lover of children. that allegedly this man could be a Rothschild. Yeah. That wouldn't be his worst offense, because if anything about the Pizzagate story is true, it would open up that story of adrenochrome and children and, yeah, allegations that no one's really even entertained in our government yet, because they're obviously, you know, too powerful, these people are. Remember we talked about them having $200 trillion combined? Yeah. So if they wanted to get rid of the half the world, or even 90% of the population, what would they do? The fastest way to get rid of the population. Let's come up with a conspiracy theory on that right now. Zombie apocalypse. Pandemic. Hello. There you go. We solved our own problem there. Zombie PCP, like zombie apocalypse effect. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what they have up their sleeve. They've got Clinton in their pocket. They've got Trump in their pocket. They've got, oh yeah, they own the Hillary amusement park, basically. And Hillary might be coming back in 2020. So she has a clone in play that looks very much like the real thing. So, yeah. Hillary clone, here we go. It's the Hillary clone time. Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory that Hillary's been cloned. So we're just talking about conspiracy theories, folks. If you have any that you like, feel free. Go look up Hillary clone online and you'll find these pictures right here. Nope, it's not Orville Reichenbacher. My hair is designed from a 1898 look I'm going for. It's an 1898 look that was originally put out by William McKinley. Yeah, I'll show you his hairdo in just a second. See, they're totally different, but they look alike. How is that possible? Well, we showed you Paul McCartney looking like Paul McCartney. This is Hillary Clinton looking like Hillary Clinton. Hello? What difference at this point does it make? In fact, I'm thinking of becoming, you know, a Hillary impersonator. Well, on my face, it's almost identical to her. I mean, when you think about it, I could be Hillary. Just wanted to put a wig on and I could run as Hillary. What difference at this point does it make? I know. I was shocked, and I'm not even a lesbian. Yeah. Different age, different makeup, different haircut. No. Same person, different person. You people who are in democratic denial land are living in like a dream world of your own. Every time I show you a solid picture of a clone, you completely think, oh, you're talking about aliens, dude. No, I'm not. I'm talking about cloning, which was done 20 years ago with Dolly. Thank you, that one guest. Feel free to kick anybody you want. So the theory that has been propositioned over in guest 362 land, we put forth the proposition that the zombie apocalypse is coming. That's your uncle? Oh, I knew I didn't like that guy. So we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, but not enough time to talk about it. So we'll stop talking entirely and just give up completely. Let's just slip into a case of abject apathy. Meanwhile, Balak, the warlord, will take over. Ooh. I have come back to haunt all of you. You cannot stop me. I am not a reptile. I am Balak. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. That's what's worse than going to the Vatican. I mean, saving all your money to go to the Vatican, only to find that the church's brand new building is shaped like a snake. Yeah. Check this out. Now, I don't know what's going on over there at the Catholic land, but the Vatican definitely had something in mind when they created a building that looks like the head of a snake. And if that doesn't get you, it's got images of dark demons. And there's not one crucifix in the Vatican. Isn't that amazing? And not to mention, look at that. We just look at that. That's the picture of a snake inside the Vatican. Even down to the tongue. The little tongue coming out. So tell me that's not weird. That's a conspiracy fact. They like snakes, the Vatican. You take that home and wrap it up and give it to your family. Hey, Mom, well, I know we were raised Catholic, but we're not practicing anymore. Did you know that the new Vatican Church is shaped like the head of a snake? Have you been listening to Alex Jones? No, this guy David Sponheim online, the America's Third Party. We're not lying to you. We're telling you the truth tonight, except, some of these are theories. They are creating a zombie apocalypse vaccine for Ebola rabies. It really is happening at the CDC. And yes, they have 2 million portable storage containers for coffins positioned outside of the CDC at Atlanta, Georgia. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy fact. Cringeworthy, stupid moments. Let's take a look. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, the Great Recession was caused by too much regulation.
I love it. Yeah. Arr, arr, arr. Is this when she loses her pants or her balance? Oh, ouch. That's a big knee fall. Awkward moments with Hillary. Okay, I'll keep that in my library tonight. Thank you. Well, she will be making a comeback for 2020. It'll probably come down to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, and you being incredibly stupid. Yeah. That'll be the race. Will be the 2020 race. Will be Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton and the rest of the country being brain dead. Bernie's not going to make it. I think they're going to offer him another $600,000 house and a better car than his Audi R8. Plus, he's got that facial sore that's got to be treated. Bernie, if you're listening, get to a skin doctor right away. Yeah. That's the weirdest thing growing on his face. I mean, he's 70-ish, but come on, let's be real. I mean, you got to look young if you're going to be 70 now. He looks like an old man. Even Donald has been looking good, considering, he's in his 70s. Yeah, it seems like nothing phases him. He gets better over time, whereas somebody like Obama, who had the burden of being a Muslim, a homosexual, that wore on him. The early time when Obama was just starting out, he looked so young, and then, I'm older than Obama, in case you were wondering. Yeah, so it really affects you when you get to be the president, except Trump, he enjoys it. Because all he does is he gets his facial done. I'm not the kind of facial you're thinking. Yeah, and maybe he does get a facial. Who knows? Maybe that kind of facial. We don't know. We don't have cameras in the Oval Office. But Obama went from a pretty young-looking guy. Look at how sprightly and young he looked here. Well, no, that was toward the end of his presidency. That's a caricature. That's not even Obama. Hang on. Woof. Look at Michelle tugging on her penis. This is an actual authentic photograph. This is not fake, folks. Yeah, Michelle has a penis. Let it be known. We play you the video, but you've seen it 1,000 times. I know. And of course, more pictures. Remember when he went to Flint, Michigan and drank toxic water and acted like he was helping the people of Flint? We still can't get good water to the people of Flint. But look at how his hair was whitening at that point. Yeah. So he aged a lot faster. And of course, let's not forget the picture where you clearly see the scars in his head where they removed half his brain. When they installed the chip system, the Obama 3000, it is fully automated. It is a transhumanist approach. They even installed fake tearing apparatuses in his fingers so he could spray water in his eyes to look like he had a tear. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, you didn't know about the scarring. This is the installation of the Obama 3000, a fully automated augmented reality that gives the president a better chance to recite whatever the New World Order tells him to say. Yes. So he was a good puppet. Well, let's be clear. Except toward the end when the malfunctions started occurring. Poor Obama. Yeah, he just couldn't get it up. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm not into gay guys. But, it happens when, you start to say a word and you start to trip up a couple times, and then pretty soon they make a video about it. That's all you get. That's all I can give you right now, due to the obvious copyright infringement from playing more than 8 seconds of video. I think that pressed the limit. Well, let's be clear. Well, I would do an Obama impersonation if I could drink more Kofifi. Oh, got a great idea. Order more Kofifi, Dave. Well, I'll do that. Thank you, Donald. I am drinking the best way to make coffee on earth. Cold press. Yeah. Oh, don't laugh. I'm doing cold press coffee. I'm impressed by your cold press coffee, Dave. Yeah, it's cold brew. It's called cold brew. It's actually not pressed, so I'm not that impressed. You put about 8 scoops of coffee in a container about this big, an acrylic container, and you set it overnight. And it's got 60 to 70% less tannins or acids. It's really good. Yeah, it's almost like hot cocoa. And I never thought I'd enjoy it as much as I do, so now I'm going for that now. My Mr. Coffee refurbished and sold for less. I don't know what the hell they did to it in China, because it's still broken and we couldn't get a refund on it. So unfortunately, the Mr. Coffee, as much as I love the way it looks, it didn't make it. I only got 5 pots of coffee out of it at a cost of $39. It's equivalent to the cost of Starbucks coffee if I just ordered 5 pots of coffee from Starbucks at a high premium. So we lost money on it. Yeah. I don't use regular coffee, but I sometimes mix regular coffee and top it off with some flavored organic. And I like hazelnut. It's very tasty. So I'll do that. I'll mix it up. I'll even grind it together with the regular brew and then put it in the cold brew, and then it just makes a great, fantastic, tasty. Yeah. If I can avoid coffee, I would probably go to tea. It has caffeine in it too. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of things in the news that I can talk about, but it's been, the North Korea thing is all pomp and circumstance. It's just Vladimir Putin acting like he is going to make it all good for Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump, if you look at him from the perspective of being run by Putin, a mere puppet of Putin, Donald Trump is ostensibly doing whatever Putin says would look good for him, which would be meeting with Kim Jong-un with no substantive plan of denuclearization. And remember the idea that I came up with in 2003 or no, 2000, yeah, it was 2013, I believe. No, right around 2012, we talked, pulling our troops away from war games with South Korea. The media has it wrong. That was my idea. We can trace it back to our shows. And the media has us believing that somehow that's Putin's idea. What happened was I started talking about not doing war games with South Korea. China loved the idea. They promoted it, and then Putin promoted it, and then now they're saying Putin controlled Trump in doing it. No, Trump was just using my ideas to do it. Yeah. And making that overture to North Korea has opened the door to communicating, and that was my primary goal. So it's, in a way, a win in that we're communicating with North Korea. I like that. But it's not the best thing for our country to be doing it for no reason, other than, a reach around and a mutual, oh, you killed people, oh, I killed people too. You should have seen the 31 people that I killed with a tomahawk. Or was it a UAV? I don't know. And then Kim Jong-un saying, I executed girlfriend and 16 others because they did the soft porn. Excuse me, we have an interruption from Casio. Huh? What'd you say? I'm sorry. I didn't know you were listening. DT has a wonderful voice, so I hear, yeah. So nothing's going to come out of this. It's just a great thing to have our president press the flesh with another mass murderer. Yeah. We've heard you sing before. Yes, you have. You could do that professionally if you wanted to. Ellen Burstyn played in a movie about a singer. I forget the name of it. She was really good. She traveled across country and she got gigs and, kind of worked her way up through the circuit of, I guess it's small towns have open venues for singers. Oh, that's great. Okay. Open mic night kind of thing. All right, we got that covered. And this major difference between Michelle, our transgender first lady, and Melania, the first lady to ever pose nude in in photos. Yeah. So I think personally, Melania is going to have to work on her steroids just to kick that into gear. This is Ben Garrison's hilarious take on the two first ladies. Thank you, Ben. I know I'm trying to comply with all Digital Copyright Millennial Act laws. 8 seconds. Thanks, Ben. Beep. I guess we're done there. Okay, so it's open season on conspiracy theories. Anything you want to talk about? If you don't believe in conspiracies, that's fine. But whatever you want to talk about, I'll certainly talk about it. Say you want to move into a bubble. Well, they're available. The future for mankind is this dystopian future with people living in controlled environments like this. And the last vestiges of our civilization will probably, find comfort in knowing that they too can dress up like a plushie and find your ideal mate. That's right. It's an artificial world with artificial love. Ooh, that's a great name for an album, wouldn't it? Artificial Love. Or the Biodome Love. Yeah, so you can do whatever you want. This is your future, assuming you have the proper resources. I know. Now, Maduro is accusing the U.S. government of manufacturing the crisis. And in a way, he's right. Yeah. They're fabricating a crisis to start a war in South America. He's absolutely right. Yeah. Well, they want this land that Venezuela has
ABC
because it's got so much oil.
Exclusive. Amid those horrific pictures from Venezuela, the food and aid from the U.S. set on fire. Tonight, the embattled leader, Nicolas Maduro, trying to hold on, sitting down just moments ago with our Tom Llamas. Maduro with a message for President Trump and his administration tonight.
Tonight, the tension building in Venezuela's power struggle. Aid trucks set on fire over the weekend as opposition groups tried in vain to bring over much-needed food and medical supplies donated by the United States. Tonight, in a rare interview inside of his presidential palace, Nicolas Maduro telling ABC News he believes the U.S. is preparing a military invasion to get...
Tom Llamas with us tonight from Venezuela, interviewing President...
Trucks set on fire over the weekend as opposition groups tried in vain to bring over much-needed food and medical supplies donated by the United States. Tonight, in a rare interview inside of his presidential palace, Nicolas Maduro telling ABC News he believes the U.S. is preparing a military invasion to get him out.
You think the U.S. wants to invade Venezuela?
The United States wants Venezuela's oil, and they're willing to go to war for that oil.
And today, Vice President Mike Pence in Colombia to meet with Venezuela's interim president, Juan Guaido, and other South American leaders opposed to Maduro.
Everything the United States government has done is doomed for failure. They are trying to fabricate a crisis to justify political escalation and a military intervention in Venezuela to bring a war to South America.
But Maduro refusing to budge. He says Guaido is a puppet of the United States and that his country will not beg for the U.S. help.
The path that got you here is the fractured path that Barack Obama left behind President Trump. It's a path of a coup, of an intervention that is not of the 21st century. I say to you, rectify it. You will always have someone in me that is prepared, with our differences between us, to extend a hand and talk about a peaceful dialogue.
David, we wrapped up that sit-down interview just moments ago, and President Maduro made it very clear he wants to talk to President Trump. He wants to shake his hand and tell him he's confused about Venezuela. The problem is the Trump administration has made it clear they do not want to negotiate with him. David?
Tom Llamas with us tonight from Venezuela, interviewing President Maduro just a short time ago. Tom, our thanks to you. And
thanks to you, too. And thanks to you. So my hair is not William McKinley hair, unfortunately. I was going for the William McKinley look, but I think I'm more likely William Harrison. I think that William Harrison, let's take a look at William Harrison. Not George Harrison. Yes, this is more like the look I'm going for here. The look of William Harrison. Yeah, you got to admit this guy had it hair down pat. I mean, this look at this hair. I mean, just check it out. It's amazing. Wouldn't that look great on my head? Well, I'll keep that as plan B if I lose my hair. Wow. It is kind of a cool idea. Wow, his brain was almost as large as mine. My gosh, am I William Harrison? All right, moving on. Thank you very much. Well, Thomas Jefferson had a 25-acre organic farm, just like Prince Charles does. We've talked about biodegradable drone missile systems. Yes. Would you like to talk about biodegradable drones? So many people are concerned about drones proliferating in the atmosphere as slaughter bots, and I thought, well, why don't we just make them recyclable? You know, biodegradable drones. Why not? There's no reason why not. You could use plastic-like lignin, hemp. Hemp is very biodegradable. Yeah, you can make plastic, lignin, and biodegradable drone systems. I think I've finished that joke. It's done. We could go back to the dome if you want. We have a nice little perfectly clean air in there, filtered. You won't breathe any glyphosate or Roundup, which is being dumped on the planet recklessly by Monsanto. Yeah. Inside the biodome, you wouldn't have any toxic fumes from chemtrails. It'd be fantastic. I think I'm going to be moving into the biodome relatively soon. Yes, it's time. It's time, Dave, to jump into the biodome. The chemtrails are persisting everywhere. Chemies in the air, do 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 do. Biodomes on the ground, do 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 do. Furry people standing there, falling in love. The future is really quite bright, isn't it? Yeah. You see, when you phrase it this way, everything's beautiful, including the chemtrails. Oh, the chemtrails are so beautiful tonight. I love the iridescent blue and green from the oil and petrolatum. They are so beautiful. I saw a sunset, which was to die for the other night, with Sarah. We were overlooking the beautiful ocean, and I didn't even mention the word chemtrails. I was being very careful not to discuss things like that. Yeah, it gets in your nose. You breathe it. If you're not breathing filtered air in your house, you're breathing chemtrails. You're wondering why you're losing your hair. I know. Well, chemtrails, radiation, you name it. It's all happening. Unless, of course, you're getting operated on and half your brain is removed to install the Obama 3000. Yeah, nobody could debunk that. It's so obvious that we had a real president who is completely controlled with an RFID chip that nobody would even talk about it in the Democratic Party. Everyone was wondering, what to talk about. The Democrats don't have much to talk about. They just come up with wild ideas that they can't possibly fund, and they put the worst possible person in power. 10 years ago, they did this. They did this meme. Explain this. How does someone on $190,000 a year salary accumulate a net worth of $26 million? That was 10 years ago. You know what our net worth is now? $120 million. Yeah. Tell me about it. These people are padding their pockets. They're not representatives of you, the American people. The Democrats have become the party of greed, just like the Republicans have become the party of greed. It's sad, isn't it? And now a word from our sponsor, me. Actually, we're not paid by anybody to do anything, so I'm sending people to free websites that you can go to all over the internet. We've created a bunch of free websites. One of them you can watch our show at, called coolrock.com. Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so this is my time to plug my free website. This is a place you can hang out and watch our show. If you don't like anything at all, you can just move it around. Everything is movable on Cool Rock, including the name. So if you want to just take anything, it's completely flexible on this platform that we're using. Enable Flash, and you can get the show live on iBlog. And you can X out of this little ad thing that's sitting right here like that. And I've got a bunch of stuff here you can look at. You can interact with an AI system. That's the AI responding. Here's a drum right there. And then down below is just real cool stuff like Mr. Doob. Hey, Mr. Doob. Yeah, yowza. And all sides news from all three sides of the political spectrum. You can get the news. This particular is today, Trump's national emergency declaration draws mixed reactions. Yeah. Nobody believes he's having a national emergency except maybe to go play golf. So, but this is from the left, from the right, and from the center. Right in your face. And over here is a great way to learn about America. Explore the United States, click on any state, and it'll tell you the history. Okay. Fun stuff. Thank you. Oops. I got rid of myself. Yeah, I've got to start myself up again. Here I am. Oh, I got to do the lights too. Bummer. Sometimes I delete myself from the show, so it's just a side thing I have to do. Yeah, let's configure this manually. Wow. All right, thank you. So the big conspiracy theory about the Earth is that when you go looking for a picture of the Earth online, this is a pretty good conspiracy theory. Just challenge anybody in your house to find a real picture of the Earth. So let's go look up, say, the Earth pic. And we'll click on images and we'll go through these images. These are all fake. They were drawn artistically by a guy at NASA. Many of them were produced for mapping systems and whatnot. Every one of these is fake. There's no actual photo. They say this is a photo of the Earth, but it's actually, they've confirmed it's actually the blue marble photo that's been altered to look like the moon is shadowing it. Everything here that might be a real picture of the side angle from a satellite. But yeah, that's called a blue marble. That's fake. It was done by NASA. It's been done in various ways. Yeah. Every single photograph of the Earth, especially the flat Earth one, is fake. No, the Earth is not flat. It's a round object, but the problem with the Earth is we haven't gone back to the moon because we never went there. That's exactly what Buzz Aldrin said, because we didn't go. Good night. Take care. Sleep well, Mad Dog. Have a good one, man. Yeah, you guys in the East Coast can go to bed now. No, Mark made a lot of money censoring us. Yeah. Yeah, Israel says they're going to do a moon mission. China just said they got back from the moon. All the stuff we've seen is absurd. You should wake up. Mark is totally paid off. Yeah, he's made a lot of money. Show me the way Mark makes money. And don't tell me emojis. Don't tell me he's making money on VIP accounts. Show me how he makes money. Yeah. The only way he's making money is keeping our show down. That's how it works. In case you didn't realize that, it's slowly seeping in your head. Takes forever for people to realize what's happening. The conspiracy to censor us on Mark's show is just absurd. I mean, it's real. It's a real case. It's not a conspiracy. Yeah, I've got a background here that'll kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. I think it's up at the top. Nope, somewhere in the middle. There it is, called Earth Belt. These are the Van Allen belts around the Earth. And the theory was created by Van Allen, who obviously created the Van Allen belt theory. And it protects the Earth, and there's an atmospheric net around it, which may include the moon. But getting through that net and getting to the moon is another question. Yeah, the Van Halen belts. Like, totally Van Halen, dude. No. He bought five new trucks, new cars and trucks recently. Yeah. No, we have solid proof. Yeah, I do. I have emails from people who've been solicited to troll us and to attack us for cash. I've got online witness video proof of people like Lot Lizard bragging about making $350,000 online. I've got 2 videos made by T. Rucker and Lot Lizard bragging about all the money they made. They're not trolling us, no. No, that's a story, a cover story you created. You're coming up with a cover story. When they found out, Mark found out, and I have this on numerous confirmed occasions, that it's illegal to dox us, he started going to Nigeria. He went to Nigeria to get his doxers. Yeah, when he found out from his attorney you can't dox somebody in the United States. Oh, it's bad, man. I'm telling you, we've got more than enough evidence right now to pursue a case, but why bother? Yeah, I mean, what's the point? I mean, if we can't get any accountability for our own government, that's the real issue here. Our show in and of itself is proof of censorship. You go to our YouTube subscriber list, you'll see the same number for the past 9 years. Same with our Twitter account, @thirdparty. Same number of followers. In fact, it dropped 50 in one day. But the same number has remained ever since. So you can't say that's not censorship. All right. And you can try to go ahead and click on follow me and you will notice the number won't change. So this theory that the Van Allen belts are preventing anyone from getting off the Earth and onto the Earth is now corroborated by facts. You know, even the statement we heard from Buzz Aldrin last week is proof in and of itself. She had an interview with Buzz Aldrin on the moon landing.
Why has nobody...
And this little girl asked Buzz Aldrin, well, I'll let her ask it for herself, but you'll see it right here in this encapsulated clip.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and we didn't go there, and... Because we didn't go there, and...
And then we expanded that video out with, I know. We expanded it out and found the entire video, which you can track down. It's at about 5 minutes, I believe.
Why has nobody...
Why has nobody... And it definitely was him saying that we didn't go. So you'll catch a buzz on this video, yeah. He's not allowed to talk about it. Everybody signs a non-disclosure agreement.
Okay.
So whenever these people interview, he's actually violating the non-disclosure agreement, but because he's so powerful and has, been speaking in front of the president, blah, 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 they just let him rant. I guess they figure that he's just the rantings of an old man or something. Yeah, they're not really concerned about it. Yeah, at this point, most of us are hook, line, and sinker believe that the moon landing happened. So they're pretty confident that we've got, they've got the wool pulled over our eyes. But here's the interview originally, and I'll give you a link to it.
Favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Go in there. Go in there. Optimistic about what has been built. The window. That makes us move this way. That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Okay, thank you, Buzz. Appreciate you explaining it, the whole moon landing farce. Now we know that most of the stuff coming out of NASA is mostly coming out of a studio. So you can imagine what our government's been doing with all the money, $17 billion a year, for the past 20 years, or better yet, 50 years. Say we average $10 billion a year for 50 years. That's $500 billion, $500 billion has been wasted on the moon landing and ISS fake impersonations. We may have a space station out there. It may be out there, but I don't think they go back and forth, and the guy Kelly doesn't travel on it frequently. Yeah. We're back at Vaughn right now, yeah. Pop-up chat is up and running. India and Pakistan are fighting. Yes, they want to go to the moon too. That is true. But it is not important anymore. The Ganges is so polluted that they must deal with the biopollution of the planet before they think about going to another place. We clearly are having problems. The management of the environment is destructive. New Delhi has the worst air pollution in the world. There are reports of fighting from the Zionist news channel. Here, listen to the Zionists talk about the fighting in Pakistan. They love this. Okay. Apparently there are some actions between Pakistan and India right now. Thank you. Yeah, R. Kelly is no longer. I believe, was he released on his own recognizance yet? Yeah, R. Kelly left after posting bail. Everybody. Now this man has allegedly been molesting 10 kids, and in defense, he says his agent says.
R. Kelly, what do you want to say to your fans? On February 22nd, 2019.
His agent has said that he doesn't need it. He's a superstar. He doesn't need to have forced sex upon children. So that's his defense. He's a superstar. So apparently being rich and famous and having, a big career in R&B has given people a pass. They don't seem to, get... I personally think this R. Kelly thing is a diversion to cover up the Jeffrey Epstein case that keeps circulating in the media, but no one's getting any. It's not going anywhere. They said that Acosta, our labor secretary, gave him a lenient sentence and needs to be prosecuted. I believe there is a video of him getting jiggy with a 14-year-old. I didn't know, and I certainly hope that this perpetrator is charged and appropriately if indeed he's guilty. Yeah, but right now he's innocent until proven guilty. So I guess that's got to get him through the day. I'm not really worried about R. Kelly.
R. Kelly was indicted on 10 counts of aggravated sexual abuse against 4 victims. 3 of those accusers were underage at the time of the alleged crimes. And Kelly has pleaded not guilty on all charges.
The jail time that could...
So you've seen the video, so it must be true? Oh, you haven't seen it? Yeah, because to be honest, that would be considered pedophilia if you saw the video. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about, man. Some people think it's okay to just careen around and do whatever you want, have sex with whoever. I remember talking to a couple of Ashkenazis one day, and they Ashkenazis, they always think they're Jewish, but they're not. Well, and they said that blacks like white girls. And I said, well, isn't that racist? To prefer white girls? Or like blondes especially? And he said, no, it's racist to not. It's racist to say that's wrong. Because it's a black thing. And I was like, wow. So in other words, the very fact that black men like young white girls, or especially blondes, it's racist to say that in this guy's mind. It's just, I don't know, man. The Ashkenazis have this dual belief that anything you say about blacks is a racist in general. Because they're Ashkenazis. They're not even Jewish. So they got a thing about that. Yeah, most of the stuff claiming that racism is occurring is coming from white Jewish men who suffer from white guilt. Yeah. It's just the way it is. So if you are listening to people who say that it's politically incorrect to say anything, you're forgetting you have freedom of speech. And Michelle Obama is a man. Yeah. And Buzz Aldrin said we didn't go to the moon. So a lot of things are kind of fracturing in our minds right now, in case you're, having distress over the reality that now a story has migrated to the front of the heap of crap. Former Trump campaign staffer sues, alleging that Trump kissed her without consent. Whoa. It keeps coming. It's like an endless thing. I'm not Jewish. No, I'm not. And I don't profess to be Jewish to make money. That's what Ashkenazis do. They're not technically related to Abraham. And Hasidic Jews and Orthodox Jews said that they're not technically legally able to call themselves Jewish. But they're into money so bad that they do that. And frankly, Ashkenazis are giving good Jewish bad name. Good Jewish people are not greedy. If you believe Jewish people are greedy, you're wrong. They're not. They're creative, they're intelligent, but they're not greedy. The Ashkenazis are greedy. That's why they created the Nazi Party. Hitler was an Ashkenazi. Goering was an Ashkenazi. Himmler was an Ashkenazi. Mueller was an Ashkenazi. I said that. Okay, moving on. Let's see who this former staffer is.
These events never, ever happened, and the people that said them meekly fully understand. You take a look at these people, you study these people, and you'll understand also. Take a look. You take a look. Look at her words. You tell me what you think. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Say, oh, I was with Donald Trump in 1980. I was sitting with him on an airplane. And he went after me on the plane. Yeah, I'm going to go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man. You don't know. That would not be my first choice.
So he's comparing his indiscretions and infidelity choices, and he's saying it's all a big make-believe thing, but they wouldn't be my first choice. They're not good enough to be my first choice to commit infidelity. This guy's all over it. We have had the real Jewish people, of course. I can impersonate anyone you want to be a good Jewish person in the show. Why would I have a conversation with a Jewish person? It segregates us, If you want to call and you're Jewish, call. I have no problem. Operators standing by for Jewish people. Dial 1-800, talk to a Goyim. Okay, you don't have to believe it. You don't even have to believe Michael Jackson's alive. Although this is credible evidence that he is.
Peace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother.
Wow, so he's alive, everybody, and this poem has never been heard before. Yeah, it's kind of like his Man in the Mirror album, but I think that Michael Jackson had to fake his death in order to protect his assets. And his notoriety is now being questioned by a recent article, which puts everything in perspective. Leaving Neverland documentary is coming out, and the Michael Jackson family is suing for $100 million. So I think he's pissed. I know, look at the date, February 7th, 2019. It was like recent. I know, look at the date on that video. Yeah, you couldn't tell? This happened recently, man. I'm telling you. Yeah. Well, his net worth skyrocketed. He made more the second year after he died than he'd ever made before. Don't you realize what this whole scam is about? You know who else faked their death? A lot of people have faked their death. David Bowie. This is a conspiracy theory, so brace yourself. You have to be a little thick-skinned to deal with this stuff. I know it's tough. You're testing the boundaries of your imagination. Here we go. David Bowie, he's playing the role of a guy who's been replaced. Named, well, I'll explain it when we show you the video. Ah, yes. David Bowie. Strange, I lost track of it for some reason. That's strange. Huh. Hang on just a second. One moment, please. Oh, we ran out of time.
The David Bowie. The
David Bowie one. I'll play that later. Yeah. It's a pretty good one. It shows his Mark's
time is
Stevens. Your time has expired. Yeah, I'll show you that later. For some reason, it's eluding me in my files. Okay, it doesn't normally happen that way, but
Michael Jackson estate sues HBO.
Yeah, for $100 million. They don't want this documentary, Leaving Neverland, to defame him. He still contends that Michael doesn't want anyone to say he was a pedophile. So he's suppressed. That's why I think he's alive, because he suppressed any charges against him by the Santa Barbara police. They said they were going to show evidence. They never did. They paid him off. The number of casualties may be huge, says a source. The target was a huge camp launch pad, which has been completely destroyed. I'm not sure what this is, but keep me posted. There's some sort of a possible clash here in Kashmir, outside of Kashmir, between Pakistani and Indian jets. This is just breaking news right now. But apparently there's some sort of an event that happened in the red area here, outside of Kashmir, above Islamabad. Okay, I don't know anything more. Sarah's here. I'm going to have some dinner. I'll be back shortly to continue this Conspiracy Monday and get the David Bowie file out. No, Freddie Mercury died. No, he passed away. But they did win a lot of Oscars doing a rendition of his "We Are the Champions." See you later.
All right. Hi, Misanthropy. I do say hi to you. That's true. And Ticken and Marco. Well, okay. Pakistan something official DGISPR said IAF entered in Muzaffarabad sector and dropped a payload near Balakot. It claims no casualties on the Pakistan side. Nightingale Kale says India seems to have done air as well as a ground strike. An official briefing is expected. Thank you. Thanks for saying I'm rocking my 80s hairdo. I just like it off to the side. Sometimes it like naturally goes to the part in the center, which was my 90s look, and I'm just like trying to do something a little different. Okay, so things are heating up in Kashmir between Pakistan and India. I don't know. Like, David wasn't a Tupac fan. Tupac, I should say, not Tupac, but Tupac. So I don't know if David's really gotten into the conspiracy surrounding Tupac. I know there is a huge conspiracy about Tupac, but you know, David's like a Beatles fan and a little bit of, I guess, a friend of his. I don't think David was really a big Michael Jackson fan, but a friend of his was, so then he got into Michael Jackson. Well, I can ask him when he comes back. I can't ask him right now. Wow, Ghost. That's a little scary. Oh. You just want me to holler at him from in the other room. He's eating dinner. I'm not going to do that. I'm too nice to disrupt David's dinner time. Oh, Maduro is accusing the U.S. government of fabricating a crisis to start a war in South America. Could actually be the case. Defectors are fearing for their families. Didn't a whole bunch of people defect from... Back in time when Bay of Pigs, they all defected from Cuba. Former senior officials have issued a letter protesting Trump's national emergency. Good. Yes. A high-stakes trial over the Roundup cancer claim is going to begin. they want to talk to you, but they say, I don't like thinking about those kinds of things. It's too stressful to think about. That's a good point, Ghost. You can learn about you can get around broken brain cells by learning, forming new neural networks, continuing to learn. There's certain things that's true, like conspiracies, I do avoid discussing. But I do like learning as well, so I should learn more things, but really, do I need to learn conspiracies? I'd rather learn like PyTorch or Python, or Java or anything. The Wisconsin governor has pulled his National Guard troops from the southern border. He cites there is no crisis. I haven't seen slow mode, no. You like moose? Do you eat moose meat? Is that what you're saying? A man accused of killing his brother's family was allegedly losing his salary. Wow. Trump Organization claims they donated nearly $200,000 in foreign profits in 2018 to the U.S. Treasury. Wow. A plane crashed into a Florida home. A 17-year-old girl was in the home, I guess, apparently. She pinned against a wall, and the pilot died. I think love. What about your parents? Do you, I don't know, maybe you completely respect everything your parents have ever said? Because usually teenagers go through a phase where they question a lot of what their parents say and believe. Oh, then it's going to be more difficult for you. Yeah, but I would say in a long-term relationship, yes, relationships totally start with, love, lust, everything's perfect. But over time, I think it's over time that things change a little bit. And I mean, I think with different views, so for instance, different views on anything, really, I would say for being in a relationship, it's about accepting the person the way they are. For instance, David accepts me even though I might not clean up as much as he does, or that I don't cook like he does, and that I have different viewpoints sometimes than he does. And he might not have those same viewpoints, but he allows me to be me. Well, then you obviously need to find a woman that uses her brain. But I would say that actually having a woman that argues with you is a woman that uses her brain, that she might not have the same viewpoints as you. As long as you can express your viewpoint, then that's a good one. But I actually am a kind of a unique person because I hate arguing. David and I didn't even have a tiff at all. No disagreement tiff until at least 5 years, maybe even 6 years into our I don't know, maybe even a decade into our relationship. I'm not afraid of anyone. When they have no opinion at all, well, you can still say your opinion. Yes, I think it is wonderful. David allows me to be who I am, and I allow him to be who he is, and try not to push each other to be different. Like sometimes we even have different viewpoints about money, but we allow each other to be who they are. What are you supposed to say to someone who doesn't have an opinion at all? I would say start with have you heard about such and such, whatever it is you want to talk about. And then educate, and then after you educate, then see their reactions. That sounds stressful to think about, and then changes the subject. People do that, right? Yeah, if they say that sounds stressful to think about, you could say, well, it is stressful to think about, but we need to think about it. Is there anything I don't know. Yeah, actually, and I would say maybe you should don't settle. If that's what you want to be able to find someone that you can talk to about the beliefs you have. Keep looking for them, because maybe they're out there. Sorry, I just rolled my eyes. Because I think I rolled my eyes because when I met David, I didn't realize that he had all the beliefs that he has. But I don't necessarily think he did have the beliefs that he had. I mean, I knew that he didn't like the president. He hasn't liked any president since I met him, but anyway, it's just changed. So now there are certain times where David talks about conspiracy type things, and well, I'm 41. How old do you think I am? That's actually my comeback when people ask me questions I don't want to answer. What do you think about that? What do you think? I'm not wearing a toupee. This is my real hair. Sometimes I wish I was wearing a toupee, but I'm not. That's pretty funny taken. yeah, you obviously you need someone that can have a political discussion. Have you tried that? Isn't it Awake dot? Is it Awake Dating or Awake something? Supposedly that's supposed to be people that are, it's dating for people that are more like-minded, that are more open-minded to discussing issues. I'm definitely non-confrontational, or used to be. I think I've gotten... No, it's not Match.com. It's a site. Oh, it doesn't have anybody on it. Okay, never mind. Well, you could try Match.com and say you want a sapio, that's your sapio file. You read the other day, those that curse a lot are more than likely the real truth tellers. Well, I could say people that don't curse probably do watch what they say, and so yeah, they're not as brutally honest if they're not people who curse. You just want to have an intelligent conversation about different possibilities. What's your big issue that you want to talk to people about, or women about? You just want to have a conversation about possibilities. That's good. Should I do that now?
No, whenever you're ready. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know, it's getting depressing. Let's cheer it up. I do want to have fun and be happy, because I am happy. I realized recently, I have such an awesome life. I have everything that I want. I've reached I don't like to say pinnacle, because then it's then it's all downhill from here. I've reached this amazing plateau. Yeah, it is like the pinnacle, but it's a plateau, and it's awesome. I realized it just oh, I've arrived. This is where I want to be. I have a significant other in my life, David, who I'm very happy with. And that's one of the things that I would say, is to, if you are in a relationship or you want to be in a relationship, you have to think of make a list of gratitudes that you have about the other person. There's this person named John Gottman who said he can determine if someone's going to stay in a relationship based on just watching people interact for a short conversation, because if you have 5 positive things to say about a person versus 1 negative, then you'll stay in a relationship. It takes 5 positives to combat a negative. Whereas if you're complaining about the person, then that's not the person for you. Anyway, I live in a wonderful place. I have the job that I love. His name's Gottman, Gottman. Look him up. He actually did research on it, about the positives to negatives. it's not 4 words, it's more like 4 phrases. And one thing also to have a better outlook on life is just to have a gratitude list, things that you're grateful for. Aw, 3 days ago, Peter Tork of the Monkees died. And Ivan has a friend that's a Democrat that's hard to be friends with. What do you find that what are things that you like about that friend, Ivan the Terrible? Because obviously you consider him or her a friend, so there must be things that you admire or like about that person, because otherwise you wouldn't consider them a friend. You feel like people who can come up with gratitude lists aren't depressed to begin with? Maybe a little down. Maybe not chronic depression. That's true. But I do think that you can change your mental attitude by starting with a gratitude list. And you can achieve anything you want by starting with, it's all about mindset. It all starts in your mind. Well, I like the self-esteem movement. I like self-help books. Depression is just convoluted boredom. David's always said, like, if you're depressed, make a decision. Make a decision. It's because you're like locked in and aren't doing something to make a decision. You can paint. I kind of don't. Teller to me just seems like, oh, I don't like him. I'll say that. Penn and Teller. Well, I guess I feel like he just has such a big ego. And I really don't like I really believe in recycling. Your parents never spoke to each other. They talked through the kids. Oh, we're encouraging people to have a false sense of self-esteem without having to put the work in to gain it. Actually, I agree with you. I completely agree with that. I read this book, this children's book today. It was part of the curriculum. It was my first time reading it. We read it with the students, and I told the kids, students after it, I said, you know what, this is the first time I've read this book. And they said, yeah, us too. And I said, you know what, I really don't like this book. Is what I told them. And they're like, what, you're giving it a bad review? And I said, yeah, because the whole message was like, it was about this kid whose family liked music, and like the brother played the trumpet and the sister could sing and would sing beautifully. And then it was about this girl who, like, when she tried singing, like, the music teacher was like, no, maybe let's see if you can, or they gave her a recorder and she didn't do the recorder well. And every time she tried to play a musical instrument, it didn't sound well. And so, like, basically, then her mom's like, don't worry, honey, you can, what are you good at? And she is good at art. And it's like, to me, I said, I don't like the message this book is sending, because when people start on a musical instrument, everybody's bad. And it's only with dedication and practice that you actually start to be better at something. And then one of my students said it was so good. I was like, you have to practice. And another student said, you have to believe in yourself. And I like that too. You have to believe in yourself and you have to practice. So you know what, Misanthropy? Just treat these dates that you're going on where is practice.
Yeah, it's practice. Yeah. You'll find someone.
You'll either find that it's worth talking to people who don't feel exactly the way you do, or you'll keep practicing until you do find the person.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you got to try, or you won't have any chance at all of meeting anyone if you don't
Yep,
try.
so good job practicing. All right, I'm excited.
You are. Should be fun for you.
So I've got some big news to tell you all. Well, you know I have my master's degree, but I'm going to take some days and I'm going to go spend some time with friends for the next few days to celebrate. It's the end of the month, so my birthday's, it's like wrapping up my birthday and celebrating my graduation.
Yeah.
So
Well, good luck with that. It should be fun for you. I wish I could go with you, but I'm going to stay here and hold the fort down. And Sarah will be having fun. So
Yeah.
thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a couple days without Sarah will be okay. 2-3 days.
Yeah.
We'll get through it. And we've got a little thing video she made. We'll play tomorrow in her stead. All right, excellent. Thank you, Sarah. Have a
The
wonderful
Monkees
time.
sing guitarist Peter Tork died.
Oh, Peter Tork, the guitarist for the Monkees,
days
passed
ago.
away. Wow. Lost interview on a podcast. Oh, wow. Okay. Great. Have a great time, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right.
Get some
I'll
sleep,
see you
too.
guys on.
Yeah. There's some more food in there. You didn't have enough vegetables. If you want the rest of that, it's there.
All right.
Feel free to finish it. And just leave the whatever's in there. I'll clean out the pan. Thank you so much. All right, Sarah. Fantastic. Yeah, it's one of those things that, achieving what she did in such a short time, too. I think 15 months she got her master's degree. It shows you how really committed she is and how intelligent she is, too. She's very diligent, I'll tell you. I was amazed. I was like, wow, 15 months she did her master's. It's phenomenal. Anyway, as you know, that's not my choice in life. But hey, we all have our different choices and our purposes. And I think it's great that she's enjoying her choices and purposes. So Peter York's life and music. Didn't he pass away recently? Was this recently, like yesterday? No, it's a podcast celebrating his life. It was just discovered from 2007. Okay. But it's just an audio clip.
Hey, I'm Brian Hyatt, and this is Rolling Stone.
I don't want to play that. Hey, Brian Hyatt, Rolling Stone. I didn't hear anything. I was too absorbed in the constant conversation we're having about nothing. I could barely even, find a moment to hug a furry or a plushie. A feel-good moment. This is the kind of relationship you're looking for, ideally, where you never ever question each other. You never ask questions that would be too difficult to answer. So if you can achieve this plushy relationship, you really have achieved something in life. And it only lasts for about 6 weeks. If you want a long-term relationship, you have to be honest and tell it like it is, like Misanthropy is finding out. I don't. I'm wearing black pants, but my David Taylors. See, I had to prove it. I had a leg up on the whole competition. Well, as much as I want to, he died at 77. Peter Tork did, the Monkees guitarist. He was enormously famous for being a monkey, and the Monkees were like the strike-off group that was created in the aftermath of the Beatles. No, that was not a fart. That was actually a chair sound. Let me do it again for you. Hang on. It'll replicate it. For me, Peter York, Peter Tork. I should get his name right. Peter Tork has passed away. Bassist of the Monkees and jokester in the band's popular 1960s television series. He has died at the age of 77. I don't think that was him in the song. Where is the drummer? There he is. Okay, we'll play this in its entirety when it doesn't monetize. Yeah. I don't want to be monetized. Every few seconds I monetize something. This is interesting, though. Let's look at this. The body of a former Big Brother contestant who claimed she had evidence of a VIP pedo ring has been found naked in bed. So the body's been found naked, meaning she died. Wow. Natasha Chet claimed to have evidence about a number of well-known politicians abusing children. Jade, who's 41, said that after her claims she had been receiving death threats and was the victim of a rape. The model's naked body was found in a bed at a private house party in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She's believed to have gone to the party with friend Raul Duarte to meet the owner of a property rented out for private parties. And she has passed away. Wow. And her six-pack abs are gone. That's so sad. Yeah. Have some respect, I know. She's dead. That's just tragic. And she was exposing pedophiles. When are we, the people, going to do anything to stop this reckless killing of people with great abs? Yeah, in the world. I mean, when are we going to do that? When are we going to step up and do something? Ask yourself that. Have a look at this woman. Okay. Okay, we'll look at that later. I don't think it's relevant right now to the story. We'll look at this woman for what reason? We don't know. Who knows? Who cares? Only the Donald knows for sure. So the story is the Democrats are overburdened with Donald. They can't seem to stop his mouth from lying, and it's getting so much so that people are desensitizing to the mouth.
No, really. He wrote me beautiful letters.
But let's be real. Analysts say it'll take much more than letters for the Hanoi summit to deliver what Singapore did not. Actual progress on denuclearization. The first summit was heavy on symbolism, light on specifics. Trump and Kim signed a vaguely worded agreement. It allowed them to walk away with very different ideas of what should happen next. Now, you can argue both sides have taken steps to reduce tensions. Before the summit, Kim suspended missile launches and nuclear tests. The North Koreans even took us to their nuclear test sites so we could watch them blow parts of it up. After the summit, North Korea handed over a few dozen sets of Korean War remains. Trump suspended joint military exercises with South Korea.
You know, we never did check the DNA testing on those war remains. They could have just been North Koreans repackaged as U.S. troops. I mean, hello. And then Trump did what I recommended all along, which is to suspend the war games with South Korea. So that was a bold move, and I'm glad Trump stole my idea. Thank you, Trump.
Korea. He sent his top diplomat, Mike Pompeo, to Pyongyang 4 times.
We had productive, good faith negotiations.
In which the North Koreans felt like they were dealing with mobsters. You know, I don't know about you, but Mike Pompeo is almost a dead ringer for Tony Soprano, you know? Seriously. These guys look almost identical. Yeah, Gandolfini. You know the guy? Everyone's seen it. Everyone's seen it. Yeah, if you haven't, you should see The Sopranos. It's one of the best episodic TV shows in the history of TV shows. Yeah. And don't forget Nurse Jackie, too. That's a great show on Netflix. But doesn't he look like a mobster, you know, when you think about it? We were surprised to find out that Mike Pompeo's net worth is no more than $750,000 according to 2014 stats. So he's not padding his pocket. He's just a guy who's kind of a workhorse, you know, a kind of a go-to workhorse kind of guy. But hopefully he won't handle it like Tony Soprano. When North Korea had the meeting last time, it felt like the mob. That's what they said. Would you watch the Oscars? No, I don't watch the Oscars. I like Marlon Brando. I boycotted it. Now Marlon Brando's dead, so it's easy for him to boycott, you know, the Oscars. But considering he was one of the greatest actors who ever lived, Marlon Brando, I went with him. So nothing is going to get accomplished with North Korea other than it would be a great meet and greet for Kim and I, and we're going to talk about how great their economy can be. Why don't you help our economy, Donald? It's not that great. It's hanging on by a thread. And believe me, unemployment is not at 44%. It's at 45%, not 4%. We've got 97 million people unemployed out of a potential population of employable people of about 215 million. And you do the math, that's 45% unemployment. No, Trump sucks. You're out of here. I muted you for 5 minutes so you can reassign your beliefs and get your head out of Russia's ass. Right now, Donald Trump is doing what Putin wants him to do, which is to meet Kim Jong-un. He probably got a phone call on his cell phone. Hello, Vladimir, hello.
We want you to meet Kim Jong-un. We set it up, but remember, they do not have nuclear weapons. You must realize, Mr. Trump, you're not allowed secret knowledge like this.
Oh, thank you, Vladimir, but just don't show the PP tapes, please. Extrapolate your ass. This is what's happening. Death and destruction on the planet. And people like Trump are making this earth into a cesspool. Make the world dead again. Make the world dead again. Doesn't have a ring to it. Kill everything on earth. Now, that doesn't seem to have a political message behind it. But make America great again, that was Ronald Reagan's big pitch. So Trump's just reciting what Ronald Reagan said. And ironically, he's picking the same people Ronald Reagan did to broker wars. John Bolton was George W.'s guy, but Elliot Abrams is in Venezuela, and he's the guy who was charged 2 times with felonies for Iran-Contra. He's over there representing Donald Trump in Venezuela, so you know we're going to war. Yeah. Sucks, doesn't it? You wish you could have done something, but remember, you voted for Trump because you want to make America great again in your mind, because you don't have a brain. You got to make your brain better again. Okay. It's racist to love. It's racist. You know, the word racism is a new word. It didn't even appear. If you look at the wiki, they'll claim there's a movie or there was a book in the 1930s called Racism. It doesn't exist. Racism was originally racialism. It was called racialism when one race believed that they were better than another. So say you're an African-American football player, basketball player, and you look at Whitey going, man, white man can't jump. That's racialism. That's racism, to say white men can't jump. So they made a movie about it. But it's also racist to think that, you know, black people are not as high of an IQ as white people, even though they clearly is the statistic. Where they call it racist to state a statistic. I don't know. But racialism started back in the 70s, and then they had tagged the word racism onto it. The idea of racialism. It actually was an offshoot of eugenics, which was originally devised to analyze the superiority or inferiority of various races. The whole thing's ridiculous. We should just disband the idea of comparing races. Really, it's really ridiculous to compare races. Now I've got to find that link. Never did this before. I've always had full access to the video library. David Bowie, yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, nope, no answers there, huh? Wow. All right, continuing on. Didn't expect this to happen. I've never seen a bigger problem with the link library. Huh. There it is. It was hiding. I just had too many places in front of it. Great.
After uploading that video last night, showing that David Bowie is alive and well playing the character of Jack Steven, a supposed music industry executive with Fortress Music, I received a few messages from people stating there is a Jack Steven on VMO. Let's compare the two. One thing I noticed right away, teeth are not the same. I'm going to break this down a little bit here. I'm going to play the clips with David Bowie speaking and Jack Steven, the supposed Jack Steven from a few years back. Let's take a look at this image here. This is the Jack Steven from VMO in that video I'm going to show in a bit. Let's take a look at David Bowie and his teeth here. And that smile, you see no gap whatsoever in these teeth. Look at Jack Steven, or supposed Jack Steven, who's nothing more than David Bowie. No gap whatsoever. Unbelievable.
Wow.
I'm going to play some video clips. Again, with Jack Steven speaking, you can clearly see that gap. I got a little bit of a close-up. You can definitely tell that this character, Jack Steven, and David Bowie's playing that character, Jack Steven. And who knows what happened to the real Jack Steven, but nonetheless, David Bowie is alive and well, and he showed up on Sky News playing the character, Jack Steven.
I've been asked here, as a complete outsider, to talk about Dallas's music scene. I have to stress that I am here on vacation, and
Now I've got these people in this room right now going, "Wait a second, man, that doesn't look like Jack. That doesn't look like David Bowie, dude." No, this is the real Jack Steven. Listen to him talk. Now we don't know what happened to this guy because he was replaced by David Bowie. Watch this.
I'm spending a lot of time in Dallas because I have a girlfriend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53. Girlfriend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53. Friend here who I've fallen in love with at my grand old age of 53.
First, sum up how you felt this morning when you heard this.
I was just saying earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean, I have to say that's how much an influence he is, I think, to me and to thousands and millions of people around the world. And strangely, I'm surprised. I sort of lived through John Lennon's death, Elvis's death.
This clearly is David Bowie in every way.
And sadly, this one's affected me more than any other. I mean, it's a very strange thing.
Well, of course it affected you. It's you. So he took over the identity of the guy in the bottom left of the screen, who obviously had some bad English teeth. Anyway, good luck. David Bowie, congratulations. You faked your death like what Michael Jackson did. Congratulations. And he quadrupled his sales when he died. Now, it is not noteworthy to state that David Bowie did not have a funeral or a memorial. Always remember that. And don't forget that Michael Jackson didn't have a brain in the casket, they said. Remember, they tell a lie big enough, people believe it. They said that Michael Jackson, when he was in the casket, didn't have his brain in his casket. That's what everyone was saying. So, of course, people believe that he was dead. I mean, who would have ever thought his brain would be removed? I mean... They say a lie bigger than you could possibly believe, so you believe it. Yeah. That's how they trick you into believing things like that. So yeah, David Bowie and Michael Jackson are doing really, really well. Yeah, good luck with that. And happily living in their biodome somewhere in secret locations around the world. Well, I don't think you're worth anything to me right now, so I think you're internalizing these things. I think the fact that you want to get in the show and then say bad things in the show, that's what got you kicked out. Now you're a guest. Just accept your fate, Robuscules. Major Tom to ground control. You have never heard an American say care home. Dead giveaway. Yes, exactly. So true. So true, and embrace your fluffy love, whoever you are. Make sure you're happy, because time is of the essence. We're all running out of time. time. We talked about Alex Jones tonight and how weird that was. You know, they replaced him with Bill Hicks. I mean, clearly this guy right here is the guy who's playing Alex Jones today, who is the biggest joke on earth. And he gets paid a lot of money to slip a little information truth out there and then completely pad it with lots of craziness, make it seem like truth is ridiculous. So you say the truth out loud and then you pad it with this, you think everybody who's telling the truth is a freak.
All right. We're going live.
Hello, everybody.
So, here's the deal. We're going to run the show right now, and I don't like that Tucker Carlson and his swallow well, criticizing swallow well.
Yeah, his career as Bill Hicks, the comedian, really kind of flatlined, and then he was given this good gig where he played this guy, Alex Jones, and people from Austin, Texas know this guy's gone. He's missing. He's completely wiped out. He's been removed. Jokes aside, we don't allow people to come in here, Marco, and discredit the show by attacking the messenger. You're supporting Trump, who's clearly working for Russia, Marco, so what are you even doing in here? And don't you know, Marco, I put a mojo on your whole thing, so you can't even come in here, buddy. That's why your house hasn't been built. Marco, everybody. He's out. He's gone. Oh, he saved you? Well, good. Then you leave too. Marco Polo. Yeah, he's a Trump supporter who doesn't like me, and I wondered why his house is having problems getting sold. Oh, well. Okay, so Alex Jones here, this guy is clearly not that guy. Anybody with eyes can see that. Now, if you don't have eyes, you can't see anything. I think that's safe to say. Well, I'm not stretching the truth too far by saying that. But if you do have eyes, you can see this. Okay, now look at the similarity between my face. Whoa, hey, how you doing? You look good, buddy. But no, seriously, check my face out, this guy's face, and you can see that. Wait a second. Am I Alex Jones? I mean, I'm lining things up here, and it's getting a little bit weird. And if I change the coloring a little bit, you never know. I'm green with envy. Yeah. Oh, too much. Oh. Trying to get the right accents here. I still can't get the coloring right for some reason. Ooh, I'm green with envy. Oh, forget it. Well, I will line it up for you, just so you can see that I could probably be the real Alex Jones, except I'm 6'4", and Alex Jones is only 5'9". But isn't that uncanny? Yeah. It's like, wow. It's like, wow, I really do look like the guy. Anyway, thank you for letting me entertain you with that Alex Jones impersonation. Now, should we get to the bottom of the whole problem and how the Zionists are controlling the world? I know that I've kind of steered away from that, but why not just let Jacob Rothschild tell you?
It's the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you...
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
Yes. And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you...
I feel fantastic. It is possibly the most great achievement the family has ever attained. Jacob Rothschild, the trillionaire controller of the Rothschild fortune. Clearly, this man could use some dermal abrasion work. Let's give him a facelift. What do you say? Here we go. The Jacob Rothschild. The Waldorf plan was to create the State of Israel, giving us total authority over the founding location of the Ark of the Covenant, Jerusalem. This gave the Zionist plan true meaning and a greater sense of future. If you have any questions about the New World Order, I'd be glad to answer them under my new identity. Yes. Consider David Sponheim, representative of my family. Sorry, he didn't mean that. I do not represent the New World Order. Let that be a fact. You can hold that, burn that in your consciousness. Thank you. David, isn't it weird how we live in a society that pretends to value everyone's life equally while treating some people like subhuman trash? It is. Welcome to hypocrisy land, where everything is great.
Right away.
Anything you want.
Sure thing.
You got it.
Certainly.
When in reality, it's just bullshit.
Warning, bullshit alert.
It's BS is what it is. I'm the unbuyable candidate because I don't have any interest in money. It's become kind of a nuisance, and I avoid it. Kind of like the passage of time. I avoid that too. Well, one of the things you can do, I thought I got rid of you. Yeah, you're not allowed in here. One of the reasons I recommend people actually minimizing their stress in their life is because it is the #1 cause of death, stress. So, as you can see, I'm wearing really great invisible fruit enzyme spray, which helps me relax when I'm doing the show. That's how I'm able to do 5 hours straight every night without skipping a beat. 10 years. That's right. Most people could never pull this off more than 4 hours, 2 hours, let alone every day for years. I know. That's because I'm superhuman. You see me back in 2010 or 2009? Here I was in 2009 on the beach with Sarah.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. In that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. Track. Let's get out of debt and improve our environment.
Well, anyway, that was me. It really, I have never stopped this effort, and I will continue to make it happen, whether you like it or not. We cannot give up, and reducing stress is one of the key ways in which I've been able to do it, and getting to know yourself. Yes, getting to know you, getting to hear all about you. So, Dave, tell me about yourself. Let's do a speed date. What do you say? Except I'm not gay, so I know, neither am I. Sorry. Yeah, he is too old. That's right. Alex Jones admit he's not who he thin you is. No. Alex Jones is 6 feet tall minimum. You look up the Alex Jones in the wiki and you will see. When you go to Alex Jones in the wiki, you will see, and I will do this for you on screen right now. Hold on, please. It is a shame that I have to use my normal face of David Sponheim when I really want to talk to you like Jacob Rothschild. Let's take a look. Alex Jones. Yeah. We're doing a little search on my internet. Hold on, please. Let me contact Bill Gates so he can assist me. Oh, look at that. Record high support for legalizing marijuana use in the United States. Thank you. That's kind of a cool Gallup poll. 64% want legalization of, and I will legalize marijuana. count on it. Let's go to Alex Jones. Height. You can do this yourself. It doesn't take a genius to go entertain yourself. Now, this is not the... He was also listed at 5'9" prior. But it says 5'10", and you can see that Alex Jones, and I will summarily show you, while he entertains you, what his height really is. Let me show you a comparison to Jesse Ventura.
He should get down on his knees and start swallowing well, okay? He's in front of a man-child god.
And if you were caught, just like if you were caught, with drugs or anything else that had probable cause to go into your home, and you had one of these weapons, yeah, you'd be prosecuted. I've never suggested sending troops out.
I'm going to quote a friend of mine called Eric Swalwell. He's a congressman from California on the Intel Committee. Can you get back on the screen, please? I'm just going to quote.
Okay, that was Tucker, and let me show you Alex Jones and compare his face to Bill Hicks. As you can see, they have the exact same profile. Yeah, that's right. And let's take a look at other things about him. Right. His teeth. Let's compare his teeth. Bill Hicks on the one side, on the left, on the right, and Alex Jones on the left. Exact same teeth. Isn't that amazing? Wow. Huh. And Bill Hicks was 6'1", so factoring in a large belly, dropping his weight and height down at 1 inch, I'm going to say that irrefutably Alex Jones is 6 feet. Alex, I challenge you to measure yourself on camera with multiple sources, like a yardstick and a tape measure. And I guarantee he's 6 feet tall. Thank you. Absolutely. You agree? I agree. Okay. We're on the same page. I think we need to talk about, the dreaded chemtrails later, if you don't mind, but in the meantime, let's just pretend that we aren't being sprayed like insects, okay? Thanks. Hello. Hello, Roger Waters. Hello, is there anybody out there? Roger. The Rothschilds and I don't get along at all. The speech I gave at the UN regarding Israel's behavior exemplifying that of an apartheid state caused him to issue me a personal letter in which he told me to cease my anti-Semitic attacks on a great nation. There's nothing... Please, how can you call an Ashkenazi a Jew? How can you do that? They're simply court Jews. They're not actual Jews. So you're not being anti-Semitic when you in any way talk about the Ashkenazis. CNN secret exposed. Thank you, Raja. And I appreciate...
There are things in life...
I appreciate your efforts to minimize the net effect of this agenda of imperialism that the Rothschilds are engaged in. As you know, my family, the Sponheims, have been challenging the Rothschilds for centuries, and now we are back in full force on the internet, giving you a big thumbs up, Roger. So don't let the Rothschilds bring you down when we bring you up. And I like what you did with Richard Branson, too. Good work, and I appreciate your efforts. Everybody, Roger Waters, thank you. You're the best, and I have loved your music since the beginning of my puberty. Yeah. Got that song Sheep with the sound of the beckoning of the sheep in the background. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Imagine characterizing people as sheep. Have no fear, David Sponheim is here. I have returned, and I am the prodigal son waiting to bring you sheep back to the flock. Welcome to my world, the sheep's world. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, we had a lot of fun tonight. And, we're going to have a lot of fun the next 3 days because I have to fill up 3 days of nonstop entertainment with me. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I'm thinking of taking a vacation too. It's like, yeah, I think I'll leave the show to Sarah. Actually, she wouldn't do the show if I took a vacation. She would close it down. It's almost a 72-hour marathon, but not really. I get to sleep and watch great shows on Netflix in between. I can't go to Mount Rainier. I'm unable to travel those distances without leaving the show. The show lives on. The show first. Oh, I had travel plans the past 9 years or 7 years, but I'm unable to go anywhere. We finally have a computer that will work with a VPN, so I could do shows from motel rooms, but there's always a chance that the signal won't be 100%. When we do a Motel 6 show, it's usually 1 megabyte per second upload, which is barely enough to get one signal out or 2 signals out, but we did it. We can do iVlog and Vaughn at the same time, but adding Periscope almost overloads it, so I just do the iVlog and the Vaughn. And we'll give you the link in Hello, Generic Night Cloud. Or Jean, you're in my show. Gene Night Cloud. Are you from the Night Cloud family? In the Native American family, the Night Clouds? Are you Native American? I have some Native American in me. Small amount. I mean, just, Algonquin heritage. Yeah, they say most average Americans have double the amount of Native American heritage as Elizabeth Warren. She has less than half of 1% Native American. Most Caucasians have 1%. I might have as much as maybe 8%. I don't know. I mean, I look a lot like Native Americans. I have the same face as this Native American Indian whose picture was taken in the 1800s. See that guy? Yeah, take a look at his face very closely. Watch it zoom in on mine. And then his eyes are a little closer than together, but I mean, you can see that there's something very similar in our faces. I'm back. You can't keep me down, white man. Native Americans will take over their country again. Pretty trippy, huh? Hiya. The Royal Scam. Ooh, let's look at that. That looks good. The Royal Scam. Another good show coming to us. We've got 2 shows linked to us from Scissor Fight. Number 1, here it is. Oh, parental advice is required. We got a 19-minute video called The Royal Scam coming up. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, a 15-year-old princess married a royal playboy. Wow. The marriage of Princess Ira. Wow, I did not know this. And then we have CNN's secret exposed.
That you can despise after finding out how deeply corrupt. There are things in life that you can despise after finding out how deeply corrupt and downright evil they are. And CNN, for myself, happens to be in the top 3 because it isn't a news source. It isn't a news agency. It is hand in hand and laying in bed with the evil, downright evil of the American government. Call it the deep state. Call it whatever you'd like.
I'm going to call it Donald Trump. Okay? Because so many people in the alt-right think that Donald Trump is stopping the deep states. I'm just going to call it Donald Trump. Thank you. That'll be good. And let's not forget Dr. Deagle's clarification. He has studied the people that fly above us dumping chemicals in our air. And Dr. Deagle's made it very clear. Well, let him speak for himself.
Chemtrails And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas fluorensis bacteria, human plasma. Wonder what human plasma is doing in chemtrails. And this is not by conjecture. I did a lot of research before I'd ever say this, but these chemtrails are nasty. And there's 3 reasons for chemtrails. The first is and I talked to my NSA buddies at Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, and Buckley, where I was actually their doctor taking care of the pilots flying and spraying the chemtrails. So I know it's real. If anybody says it's not real, they're full of it. Okay, because I'm a whistleblower. On the inside, it's not open for discussion. And my NSA buddies told me, 95% of them told me, they were up there trying to spray to reflect the sun out to stop global warming. So most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage.
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Deagle. Yeah, and he takes care of these people. He tells you, they're literally dumb enough to believe that garbage. They've been spraying chemtrails since 1946. Look at this. Don't kid yourself. This is weather warfare. And it's been going on for a century, or nearly a half a century, let's say.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp here. Finally, somebody has the courage to talk about the chemtrails. I tried to bring them up when playing the Mad Hatter at Obama's White House party, but he gave me the stink eye and he told me he wasn't paying me to break character. Johnny, you are awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Depp in our show, another celebrity chatter. Wow. Johnny, if it really is you, you got hosed in divorce court. I feel bad for you, man. But you're hanging in there. You're doing the best you can. That cameo appearance at Disneyland, that was brilliant. I know. But man, you are dedicating all that money to send Hunter S. Thompson into the astrosphere. That was amazing. What an amazing guy you are. I'm not saying Hunter S. Thompson wasn't amazing, but you played him very well. Yeah. I never met him, but he certainly sounded like a guy who would eat people. I don't think I'd hang out with him in a cabin and a bottle of whiskey. That would be a little bit too weird. Could you imagine hanging with Hunter S. Thompson in a cabin not to mention the MDM he was on? Oh man, that guy was over the top. When the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. That's a quote from Hunter S. Thompson. Folks, I really think we've got a true Johnny Depp appearance here. We had, Mel Gibson here. We had Kurt Russell here a couple of nights ago. And, so many people. Roger Waters here. You'd think I'd be able to get a donation. And we even had Ben Dover from his porn days in England. No, I don't believe I would ever meet Ben Dover. He's just too weird. It's like, oh yeah, you want to have Ben Dover come over to your house and visit your wife? No, not the kind of guy you want to hang out with. I don't have a proctologist because I don't believe in doctors. I had a grandmother who's a Christian Scientist on my mother's side, and she strongly didn't believe in doctors either. Oh, this is a good one. The moment you realize NASA is robbing you blind. Remember I talked about the $500 billion.
What if I told you that we have now spent $46 billion of your taxes on a project to study deep space? Okay, you would either say, hey, that's great, Sanchez. I want to know more about deep space. Or you might say, I could give a hoot about deep space. All right, keep the money here where we need it for our kids, our schools, and our roads. What you definitely should say is, okay, what do we get for that $46 billion? Good question. Because
it's a lot more than $46 billion over the years. We're close to $500 billion when you look at the advent, the beginning of NASA, the early days. I'm kind of a NASA child of NASA in a way, because my mother worked for the space industry, and she helped to design, and she was the secretary and stenographer who did a lot of the work on the original plans for the Saturn, Gemini, and Apollo rockets. So she carried me 9 months during her pregnancy at a space technology firm in LA, in which I got a chance to to meet, in utero, of course, I was inner womb. I had a chance to meet people like Robert Oppenheimer. He came up and tried to fondle my mother's belly and touched him. Literally, I had to give him a roundhouse kick and just, get out of here. This weird guy. Yeah. You remember Robert Oppenheimer, the guy who was told to not talk about any secrets, otherwise he'd jeopardize national security. He was the guy who created the nuclear weapon program, or did he? That's a conspiracy theory. But the experience I had as a child in utero was probably more intense than anybody who's ever been educated in society. So, yeah, I was a nuclear baby. Kind of a strange, weird world we're living in. Here's Robert Oppenheimer.
The world would not be the same.
No, it would not. And you can see he's not my dad. There's definitely a difference in our face. Yeah. Some people thought, did Robert Oppenheimer have sex with your mom? Well, my mom was the only pretty woman there in the entire place. Actually, my mother was the only woman. I've got a picture of my mother with 20 nuclear physicists, and she's standing right in the middle. It's the most amazing picture I've ever seen, and they were goo-goo-eyed over my mother. She was a model. So she had kind of like this charisma about her that all the stuffy engineers loved. It was kind of a weird moment. So being born among the space industry, I was shocked when I started to look at some of the photographs that the space industry is promoting about us landing on the moon. And one of their last photographs that they've ever revealed, and I played this on our show quite a bit, is this flight from Apollo 17's lunar landing craft into the upper atmosphere of the moon. And you tell me this isn't fake.
4 days, push. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Burn away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag side.
Whee! Yeah, you believe that, you'll believe anything. Yeah, the string was moving. You could see it cavitate like that when it was going up, Oh my gosh. The original Marilyn of the Munsters has passed away, everybody. This is really sad. Beverly Owen, yeah. The lady who played the beautiful blonde in the Munsters has passed away at the age of 81. Her co-star Butch Patrick, who played Eddie Munster in the beloved 60s comedy, confirmed Owen's death to USA Today, says she's gone. A day earlier, he took to Facebook to pay tribute to the late actress. Wow. There she was, Beverly. She was quite an actress. She fit right into the entire Munster family as the ugly duckling, because the Munsters all thought they were good looking, even though they were monsters. It was a very funny juxtaposition of those two concepts, and she was terrific. She was the straight woman in the whole show. Okay, we've got more on Sutherland Springs, really? Good. Well, you got all kinds of 153news.net.
Hello, bear with me, please. I'm going to go over. I've been holding on to this for ever since last year, November 5th, when the Sutherland Springs church shooting went down. This pastor here. And I held on to it because I knew something stunk.
Well, I'm not ignoring you. What would you like to talk about? The fact that it sounded like a porn? Yeah. Well, good evening to you, Guest 179. I'm so sorry you feel ignored. We'll get to that show later tonight. We've got all kinds of stuff lined up now from 153. They got their server back up and running. So things are going great. Yeah, just give me a question. I'll answer it. If you have any questions, feel free to question in the chat rooms. Ask and you shall receive. So, yeah, Gene Nightcloud just picked an AI name. Yeah, that was an AI name that Gene Nightcloud had picked. That's kind of cool. We have a problem with a psychotic homosexual in one of our rooms. I just took care of that. There we go. If you see me clean people in the room, it's because we have to trim the trolls out of the room to titrate the conversation down to credible issues. So if you're a troll and talk about nothing or make fun of me, we'll just kick you out, because we're trying to get to the bottom of why America is so apathetic. Now, I have a theory. Aside from being sprayed on with chemicals on a daily basis, they also fluoridate us. Yeah. They put fluoride in our water, and then they dumb us down with fluoride in our juice drinks and our sodas. Yeah. And fluoride has been proven to not, in our water, to not prevent tooth decay. So it does actually allow tooth decay even though we're drinking it. Yeah. There's no proof that drinking it will prevent tooth decay. Yeah. Not one single bit of evidence anywhere. And I've searched the internet for years. But we do know that fluoride is a neurotoxin, and it does lower your IQ by as much as 20 points, 7 to 20 points. So if many of you are trying to struggle to understand your words, David, it's because your brain is almost fried from drinking too much tap water. So the first order of business, if you want to get straight with your body, is to start filtering your water. That's why I drink filtered water in my coffee. Yeah, Ocasio-Cortez has lived on fluoridated water all her life, so she can't comprehend anything. She's kind of a dunce. Please don't laugh. It's not funny. Nothing about this is funny, not even the fact that I can't seem to shake my third eye. It keeps coming back and positioning itself on my head. All right. I've mastered the art of talking about nothing for 5 hours, so let's continue this effort. I don't want to stop. So we'll have some Life of the Music Monkeys from the Rolling Stones tonight.
Music now.
But I can't play it now because it's obviously monetized.
You're not going to believe this. We could bring in Alex Jones as well.
Once again.
Son of a bitch. Oh, I just virtue signaled right there.
The problem with Alex Jones is he's not funny and he's no longer entertaining. So, yeah, I don't think he has a third eye. He's more of like a guy who drinks and does whatever he wants. You can't drink fluoridated water and develop a third eye. It's impossible. The reality is your brain is calcified. The pineal gland in your brain is calcified from the fluoride. If fluoride attracts calcification and supplants the body's vital, precious bodily fluids with fluoride, it clings to you like a snake. Yeah, I would say that Alex Jones was entertaining at one point. He had a humorous jive thing going on in his show that many people thought was kind of fun. The early days of Alex Jones, the real Alex Jones, was much more interesting because he really challenged the New World Order. This guy's a puppet for the New World Order. He does whatever they tell you, but whatever they tell him to do. I mean, he endorsed Trump, which made him kind of a total suck up to the Trump regime, which, obviously.
What do I do, Lord?
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
This is their plan, people. These are demons. And buck the system and the group collective. Do that, and you'll earn your way to the next level. Just like if a man rapes a woman, this is Democratic Party policy. I agree with it. If one man in New Jersey rapes a woman, every man in America should have his penis cut off.
See, that's not funny. Sound on. sound off. The clapper. I was using my clapper to work my mic. During the show, every night, we give you at least 15 seconds of rock-solid humor for the deaf. People that read lips laugh their head off at the stuff I talk about off mic. Yeah, in fact, if you don't know how to read lips, you better get back to your sex life and figure that out. Right now, George Soros has a big wall surrounding his house. Why is he allowed in this country? You know, I've been wondering about George Soros being allowed in the country for some time. I finally figured it out. He's working for the Zionist cabal that put Trump in office. George Soros actually loaned Donald Trump $160 million for a building. And Soros also is a big campaign contributor to Adam Schiff, the person allegedly investigating Donald Trump and the Russians. We're not going to go anywhere with the Russian collusion issue as long as we have Adam Schiff running the Democrats. And as long as George Soros continues to live under the shield of being a citizen or a dual citizen, it's ridiculous. This man has been funding paid rioters to try to trigger martial law in America. George Soros has actually also invested a huge amount of money, $600 million in a hedge fund, banking on the American Dow Jones dropping a certain amount in order for him to double his money. So he's trying to destroy our economy, George Soros is. He did it to the Bank of England. He shorted them and it cost them billions of dollars. Oh yeah. He's not to be taken lightly. Soros should be charged with treason right now. If Trump was really on it, he would charge his good friend George Soros treason. He's an Illuminati, Ashkenazi, Freemason. That's correct. And they're not even practicing Jews because they're not even Jewish. You notice how favorable I am about Jewish people in the show? It's a very big part of our show. We try to make people understand that Jewish people are not bad people. I'm not anti-Semitic. I want all of you to know that. But there's something going on in Pakistan. Wow. Good to know. And we brought this sad truth to our attention tonight that Ocasio hasn't thought through anything. The Green New Deal, whatever that is, would cost up to $94 trillion. $600,000 per household in the United States for their New Deal. That's absurd. The upper end of every American household would pay $65,000 per year to foot the bill. Nobody has that kind of money to do that. The American Action Forum's analysis shows the Green New Deal would bankrupt the nation. Senator John Barrasso, chairman of the Senate Committee on Environmental and Public Works. Yeah, it's the whole idea of the Democrats scaring everybody about carbon emissions. Not one Democrat will stand up and talk about chemtrails like we do every night. There's not a single Democrat out there that will stand up and talk about the obvious spraying in the skies above us. That's why I started America's Third Party, because we don't have any accountability from these scumbags. They want us to think that, oh, our farts are causing the terrible climate change that we're experiencing now. And Trump won't even admit we're having climate change. That's how out of it Trump is. So you got the most recalcitrant, stolid, unmoving person in the form of Trump. He's like a living hemorrhoid. And then you got the Democrats claiming foul everywhere except refusing to talk about the foul air that's coming right out of the jets above us. They would be the first to call you a chemtrail conspiracy nut. Oh, you're a conspiracy whack job, simply for talking about the chemicals they're dumping on our heads every day. So I came up with a website that gives people a pretty good opportunity to check out what chemtrails are. And I created chemtrailparty.com, and you can check it out and go there and get educated. It's just a simple site I constructed. And it is, it says not secure. I'm not harvesting any data. I'm not pulling any cookies out of this. This is just a simple website to explain to you how toxic this is, how oxygen is being depleted by blocking light for photosynthesis, and how weather warfare like droughts and hurricanes and earthquakes are going on. And down here is a great link that just came in. You can go there and find out all about how the government actually talks about it. And they do it in a secret way. The government quietly admits to weather modification program. And they post it in newspaper ads like this. County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works hereby gives notice of intent to conduct a weather modification program. And they think that's perfectly okay. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Spray us like insects. Yeah, no problem. Full disclosure and all that. But if you really want to find out a lot more, go to the link button right here. And that'll take you to our link page. It is full of all kinds of stuff. I got 6 major links leading to multiple links from there on in. All right. Thank you. Chemtrailparty.com. Cammy's in your air. Do, 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 do. So it does look like Trump was working with Matthew Whitaker to find out what the New York was going to charge him with. And now apparently the New York suits that are going forward are going to be a lot tougher on him than Mueller, who appears to be a shill for the deep state. Yeah, I don't think Mueller's case will even get anywhere. I think it's a joke. Everything about Mueller is a joke. Yes, filter your air. What can you do? Getting back to the chemtrails, yeah, you can get air filters for your house. But do it inside your home. You can run multiple air filters. The kind without the filter cartridges are actually pretty good. The ion anode ray sets are the best because you don't have to pay for filter systems. You can just rinse them off. But anyway, it turns out that Matthew Whitaker was in fact trying to tell Trump and his former lawyer about the investigation currently underway in New York. So Trump was using the AI as a tool to leach information. Much like he got that from Devin Nunes, when Devin Nunes breached House ethics, in my opinion, by bringing the entire investigation into Trump's lap. So that's been happening. Not good. Trump is obstructing justice, misusing power, blah, 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 blah. And the reason why Trump gets away with all this is because nobody in the media has a voice to speak out about this, and I don't get heard. They refuse to give me a second of time. And in lieu of that, that's why nobody talks about anything substantive that can actually go after Trump and make it very clear that he's lying and doing this. We just hear a lot of back and forth from the Democrats and Republicans. But the evidence that Trump worked with Russia from the very beginning is right in front of your face. He refused to impose sanctions against Russia for a year and a half. That's got to be the biggest case right there. And he even had his son meet with the Russian attorney to end sanctions at the Trump Tower meeting. Then Trump, according to Sarah Sanders, weighed in on the subject of what his son said earlier, which is illegal. That's called witness tampering. Everything is right in front of us. We've got more than enough to impeach him right now, but the Democrats cannot articulate what I just said. They can't pull it off. Nor would they, because they're part of the problem. They're not going to expose the Zionist backbone of our entire government. AIPAC funnels money to people like Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump. The American Israeli Public Affairs Committee is not an actual PAC. It's not a political action committee. So technically they're giving money without even registering as a PAC, which is a violation of McCain-Feingold. Yet they're getting away with it. AIPAC is controlling politicians from the left and the right, and thereby creating a Zionist cabal, controlling the very nature of our government. And the only way around this is to create a third party. There's no other way. And make sure the third party doesn't take AIPAC funds. There's no other way around it. They've contaminated both parties. Russia isn't a great ally. No. In fact, Russia's doing everything they can to threaten the world and us. Well, it's true. Palpatine says, but if Trump steals your ideas, you're being heard. You know, that's the only claim to fame I can have, is that Trump likes to steal my ideas. Isn't that sad? Isn't that pathetic that a person with so many great ideas can't even be heard in America? What kind of a country are we living in? It's no different than North Korea. Devin Nunes is totally, yeah, Bob. He total shill. He was creating his own fake evidence. And you know, Bobo the Monkey says, we're right about Devin Nunes. Devin Nunes actually exposed the fact that Carter Page was being solicited by Russians. He actually did. He didn't even realize it, but Devin Nunes revealed the fact that the FBI was interviewing Carter Page, thinking that they shouldn't have, when the FBI's job was to prevent foreign meddling in our political system. There's nothing wrong with talking about exactly that. So Devin Nunes ironically spilled the beans, and he didn't even want anyone to know that Carter Page was told by the FBI that you're being recruited by Russians. Carter Page still was more than willing to meet the Russians, and Trump encouraged him to do so, which means that Trump wanted Carter Page to be recruited by the Russians. And Andrew McCabe just said in his statement, and he's got his book out, he just said that he's never seen a politician with more Russian contacts than Donald Trump, which is true. Again, I don't believe that the Russians were integral in stopping Hitler alone. I think the fact that Hitler decided to fight the Russians on the Russian front in the winter was the stupidest military decision anyone's ever made. But when you realize who funded Hitler, you'll understand why the Nazis fought Russians in the Russian front. You see, Hitler was funded by the Windsor family to stop the spread of Stalin's and Bolshevik revolution into Western Europe. It's a known fact that the Windsor family supported Hitler at that time. And they changed their support right after Neville Chamberlain went to Hitler to find peace in our time, and then the next day Hitler started a war with Poland. So then the Windsor family backed down, and Churchill arose as the leader of Britain, and they managed to win the war with our help. And you could say the Russians helped because they were fighting the war against Nazis in the Russian front, but that's what the Russians do. They defend their country, as they should. And bear in mind, I'm not anti-Russian. I'm anti-Zionist. I have nothing against the Russian people or the Russian nation as itself. I just don't want them to be led around by puppets like Putin who work for the Russian oligarchs and Zionists. So I'm not trying to create an anger toward Russia at all. But I'm not catering to Russia like Trump is either. Big difference. Now, if we do start a war in Venezuela, our direct competition will be Maduro. And that it'll be just like the war in Syria, where we're working collaterally with Russia to manage the situation. We're probably not going to call Russia out as our enemy in Venezuela, even though they're backing a plan to support Maduro. If they were to start a war, they would just work together because they're both sides working together. You got to understand this. The Zionists own Russia and the U.S. in various parts. They've already got control over both countries. What they don't have is control over Venezuela. So Goldman Sachs has been down in Venezuela over the past couple of years trying to buy property and oil rights, and Maduro resists any of that. And Russia has been down in Venezuela trying to do the same thing, and they just made a deal. Maduro just sent $1 billion in gold to Dubai with respect to Russia as collateral. I'm not really worried about Russia because I think we have a nation-state model that everyone has to understand. Every single region needs to take care of its own problems. The idea of a global world order is absurd. It's no different than the attempt by Hitler or Napoleon or Caesar to take over the world. It's no different than that. It's the same thing, and it's always failed. Because regionalization really destroys globalization. Eventually, regions take better care of their own area than the global economy. For instance, do you really believe it's cheaper for me to grow a peach in Bolivia with pesticides and coming out so hard that it tastes like a brick when it arrives in our stores and can sit on the shelf for like 3 months and not even get old because it's got so many like benzene and pesticides in it? No. You grow a peach locally in a greenhouse naturally with organic fertilizer and non-genetically modified peach seeds, and you got a product people will buy, and they will buy lots of. Same with tomatoes. Homegrown tomatoes are way better than stuff that you get now that tastes like nothing. So globalization is watering down the quality of everything we all get, and not really we're not getting products that last at all. So the idea of regionalization creates built-to-last products as well as local produce that's way tastier than anything you could grow and ship 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles. So let's be real here. Globalization is a failed attempt by the monarchy of the past to rebrand themselves as a new world order. That's what it is. There's nothing new about it. It's just the same old monarchy trying to control more and more land, break down more and more countries, and destroy more and more sovereign nations. That's what they do. They're good at it. They've grown very good at this right out of the playbook. They're doing it in Venezuela now. Well, let's be clear. No, I don't take any welfare or any kind of money. I've never gotten money from the government. I don't believe in living off the dole if I can avoid it. But many of you have to. That's why we have a plan to get everybody $500 per month. Or actually, it's now $505 because Kamala Harris offered my idea of $400 a month. She upped it to $500, so now it's at $505 per month per U.S. adult. No, I never really needed it, but if you need it, we should have it. And if I wanted to, I wouldn't feel, right now I've got too much pride to call up the EBT company and say, yeah, I live in poverty, could you give me some food stamps? I'm not into that. But if every U.S. adult citizen who didn't collect a disability check or a Social Security check were to apply and get this kind of money, I think many people would do it. It'd be like offsetting your taxes. I'm sure and then you wouldn't have the stigma of carrying your EBT card to the store and standing there going, oh, I'm having the government pay for my dinner now. No. I was established financially a long time ago, and I actually was debt-free at the young age of 21. And in the process of saving money over those years and being very careful, I actually amassed enough to live on comfortably and not worry. Plus, I did inherit a house when I took care of my mother and father all their life. It was one of the things that they do in Norwegian families is the father who survived my mother gave everything to one son. This is a common practice in Norwegian families. I don't hang out in my bank account. I don't live inside my bank account. Okay, city admits defrauding FEMA after the Hurricane Sandy and agrees to pay $5.3 million. Wow. This happened under Chris Christie. Wow. Which city? New York? Yeah, they used that money to make money. New York City did it. Wow. Well, Hurricane Sandy killed 103 people. Hurricane Sandy was the first hurricane to head into oncoming prevailing winds. No, I don't get any money from the government. I will never collect money from the government. I don't believe in it. I don't even want to collect Social Security. I really dislike the fact that the government is engaged in foreign wars that we should never have been involved in. I really dislike the fact that we're killing the environment and allowing chemical companies like Monsanto and Dow to lord over our food supply. I really would like to change the government, but I don't want to live under the government's thumb. That's the thing. I would rather live, very meagerly the rest of my life, not worrying about the government. Because I feel like it is invasive, that we were not born into the government. We were born into this beautiful earth. All of us were. I think the government cheese program was great. I think that I would bring it back. I would encourage us to even buy excess milk and cheese products from countries like Canada if they've got extra. There's nothing. AOC is getting free press because AOC is not even AOC. AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, she is actually Eva Abadan. Eva Abadan is the sister of Uma Abadan, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. Here we go again. Here we go again. So you had to play that. Okay. Whenever you request a song, here we go again, it happens. It triggers it.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. As you can see, we're matching up the faces pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see a comparison right there. Adobe sauce smells like chocolate. It's kind of like a mole sauce with it's a jalapeno habanero blend. Like I know what I'm talking about. Sounded like I knew exactly what I was talking about, didn't it? So as you can see, Huma is Acacia. Yeah. So you don't have to go very far to realize that Hillary Clinton wanted Chelsea Clinton to actually run for president, and she refused. Chelsea doesn't want to run for president. So Hillary chose to get behind Ocasio, and she made her a success, and she got Media Matters to support it. You know, it's all part of it. That's why Ocasio's got all this free press. They're writing on Hillary. Madison Star Moon has another disclosure about the environment. Cool. I can't wait. Hey, we've reached the end of the show. It's amazing how much we do every night. I shock myself how I'm able to pull this off every day. Okay, Hillary did not impregnate Uma. Uma has a sister named Eba, and Eba looks exactly like Ocasio.
Y'all sit around and walk around every day and don't notice the shit they putting in the air. Y'all don't notice that shit. They just put the shit in the air. Look at that shit. People are going to say, smart asses are going to say, oh, it's because they're so high up, it freezes as soon as it comes up the exhaust. But what about that one right there? That one's disappearing. And that one looks a lot higher than those are. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit right there. They're putting something in your fucking air, people, and I'm fucking trying to tell you, population depletion, cancer, or whatever the fuck it is, they're putting it in the fucking air. Look at that bullshit. Look at that bullshit there. Look at that. And that's just disappearing. That one is disappearing, but that one there is staying.
Okay, there you go. They're putting that stuff in the air. And this is the Soros story.
These are the cameras that George Soros has a wall that would make Donald Trump dream at night. I am getting winded. This is a little too much working out after the holidays. Thank you, George Soros. The wall has cameras. These are the cameras that can be seen surrounding the wall every couple of feet. All right, these cameras look super legit. They're probably filming us right now. It seems like to get into the place that George Soros loves, where George Soros lives, you're going to have to use a legal port of entry. This is a humongous wall, guys. This is absolutely 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall and thick. Can't get there.
Can't get over that Soros wall. Yeah, we just found Blue Raven a really good deal at Argosy. Yeah, really amazing Argosy camper RV for sale. Yeah. It was from Craigslist. Let me see if I have the ad from the other day. Yeah, this is, I gave him the link. If you're in Albuquerque and you want to check out this link. Oh, it's not Argosy, it's in Allegro. Hang on. Yeah, check this out. Oh, the posting's been deleted by the author. They must have sold it. Okay, so it's gone. It's sold right away. It was a $1,000 Allegro motorhome from 1980, and it's gone. It's sold. But we can do some searches this week. We'll be looking on Craigslist for fun stuff in your area. I like to do that on Wednesday, but I'll do it Tuesday too. We've got a lot of time to kill tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Sarah's going to be having a, gathering with her friends and doing fun stuff, celebrating her master's degree. So, yep. And somebody should be in bed any minute now. Take a shower and get to bed. Yeah. No, I don't need to buy a van. Thank you. I've got everything I want. Yeah, she did great. 15 months she did her master's degree. It's phenomenal. Yeah, it's like, how do you beat that? Really? Okay, so this is centrist politics. I support right to bear arms, but I'm also concerned about the environment and homelessness. But I don't want to tax you to pay for that. And unlike the Democrats who want to tax and spend, I want to find ways we can divert money in our budget to properly pay for things that will make our country better and give people more opportunity. Oh, well, I'm incredible. I have an unbelievable stamina. Nobody in the world has ever been able to duplicate what I can do. That's what shows me that I'm the real deal, and it shows you I'm the real deal, too. And that's what makes this show a daily event for all of you to hang out and chat with each other, too. Because, if I didn't do this show, you wouldn't have a place to chat, comfortably without having to see the flow of chat going a mile a minute like with gaming shows. Or, be defined by what you are supposed to say, like in Politico or Fox. It's ridiculous. All right, so this is it. I am Mr. Right. You can tell people about me and vote for a third party, or just ignore the whole problem and watch the two parties sell our soul and everything about America down the river, which is basically what they're doing. All right, take care, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow night at 5, but I'll be in the chat till 2.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me up my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.